Hello, and welcome to Dead Signal FM. We're glad to have you here tonight. Before we begin, let us know in the comments, where in the world are you watching from? If you enjoy these stories, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to the channel. Now get comfortable, and let's begin. Echoes in the walls. The storm announced itself long before I saw the mansion. Thunder rolled across the countryside like distant artillery, each boom slightly closer than the last, as if tracking my progress along the winding mountain road. My headlights caught the first heavy raindrops as they struck the windshield, fat and insistent. I should have turned back. I know that now. But I kept driving because that's what you do when you're a real estate photographer with a morning deadline and rent due the following week. Mr. Blackwood had been explicit. Photographs of the entire estate were needed by morning for a very particular client who wouldn't wait. The pay was triple my normal rate. Besides, it was just a house. Lightning strobed, illuminating the forest beyond my windshield in stark, momentary clarity. Trees bent under the wind's assault, their twisted forms appearing to reach toward my car before plunging back into darkness. The storm was intensifying, but through the next flash, I saw it, Blackwood Manor, perched atop the hill like a sentinel. Even from a distance, the mansion was imposing, a Victorian monstrosity of stone and timber, its many gables and towers silhouetted against the churning sky. It looked nothing like the cheerful description Mr. Blackwood had given me over the phone. A handsome property with excellent bones, he'd said, just needing the right documentation to attract the proper buyer. I crept up the long, overgrown driveway, gravel crunching beneath my tires, the sound nearly drowned by the hammering rain on my car roof. The mansion loomed larger with each yard, until finally I parked beneath the porte-cochere, killing the engine. For a moment, I sat in silence, listening to the rain thrumming against metal and the occasional creak of my cooling engine. Ridiculous as it was, I found myself reluctant to leave the safety of my vehicle. Something about the house felt wrong, not in any specific way I could articulate, just a visceral, instinctive reluctance, like the unconscious flinch before touching something unnaturally hot. It's just a job, I whispered to myself, grabbing my camera bag and equipment case from the passenger seat. 3 hours tops. The moment I stepped from the car, the wind caught me, so strong it nearly tore the door from my grip. I wrestled it closed and hurried to the front entrance, my equipment banging awkwardly against my side. The massive front door was oak, blackened with age, featuring an ornate brass knocker shaped like a snarling lion. I rapped it 3 times and waited, water dripping from my hair down the back of my neck. No answer came. I tried again, louder this time, but still nothing. Frowning, I retrieved my phone and dialed Mr. Blackwood. No signal, of course. Hello. I called, trying to handle. To my surprise, it turned easily, the heavy door swinging inward with a low, protracted creak that raised the hair on my arms. The foyer beyond was cavernous and dark, illuminated briefly by another flash of lightning through the tall windows flanking the entrance. I caught glimpses of a grand staircase, marble floors, and furniture draped with white sheets like patient ghosts. Mr. Blackwood? My voice sounded small in the vastness. Anyone here? I'm the photographer. Nothing but the echo of my own words returned to me. I stepped inside, setting down my equipment to fumble for my phone's flashlight. As I did, the door behind me slammed shut with such force that I felt it in my chest. I whirled around, heart hammering, but there was nothing, just the wind, surely. My flashlight beam cut through the darkness, revealing an entrance hall grander than I had initially perceived. A massive crystal chandelier hung overhead, festooned with cobwebs. Dual staircases curved up to a gallery overlooking the foyer. Elaborate woodwork adorned every surface, carved with such detail that in the shifting light, the pattern seemed almost to writhe and move. I noticed a light switch on the wall and flipped it hopefully. Nothing happened. Power was out. Not surprising given the storm's intensity. There was a wetness on my hand. I glanced down, expecting rainwater, but instead found a dark smudge. Looking closer under my flashlight, I realized it was some sort of black residue from the door handle. Not quite oil, not quite ink. I tried wiping on my jeans, but it clung stubbornly to my skin, cold and slightly viscous. Great, I muttered, digging through my bag for hand sanitizer. A low, metallic groan emanated from somewhere deep within the house. The kind of noise old buildings make as they settle, I told myself, though it sounded unsettlingly like a moan of pain. I needed to work quickly. The sooner I photographed this place, the sooner I could leave. I decided to start with the ground floor and work my way up methodically. Despite the lack of electricity, I had come prepared with portable photography lights. I set them up in the first room off the entrance hall, what appeared to be a formal parlor. The furniture remained covered, but I documented the space anyway. The elaborate crown molding, the marble fireplace, the tall windows, now streaming with rain. As I worked, I couldn't shake the sensation of being watched. Every few minutes, I would turn suddenly, certain I would catch someone standing in the doorway. But there was never anyone there, just deeper shadows beyond my lights. The parlor connected to a dining room dominated by a massive table that could easily seat 20. Crystal stemware still sat at each place setting, coated with dust. I photographed it all, tried to ignore how my breath was beginning to fog in the increasingly cold air. Next came a conservatory, its glass ceiling showcasing the violent storm above. Lightning illuminated the room in stark pulses, revealing dead plants in ornate pots, their withered forms casting spindly shadows across the tiled floor. During one flash, I could have sworn I saw a figure standing among the botanical corpses, tall and impossibly thin, head cocked at an unnatural angle. But the next flash showed nothing but empty space. My heart was beating too quickly now, a cold sweat forming despite the chill. I needed to calm down. Houses like this played tricks on the mind, especially during storms. The shifting light, the unfamiliar shadows, the constant background noise of rain and thunder. It was disorienting by design. I moved on to what must have been a library, where floor-to-ceiling bookcases lined every wall. My light caught the gilded spines of leather-bound volumes, their titles and languages I couldn't identify. The room smelled of old paper and something else, something mineral and faintly coppery. As I set up my tripod, a book fell from one of the high shelves, landing with a heavy thud that made me jump. Heart racing, I approached it cautiously. The book had fallen open to a page featuring an intricate illustration of the very mansion I stood in, rendered in unsettling detail. Below it was text in what looked like Latin, and in the margins, someone had written frantic notes in red ink. No, not ink. I stepped back quickly, nearly tripping over my tripod. Not ink at all. Just finish the ground floor, I whispered to myself. Then you can leave. I hastily packed up my equipment, hands trembling slightly, and proceeded to the kitchen. It was a vast space with iron cookware hanging from ceiling racks and an enormous hearth large enough to roast an ox. Unlike the rest of the house, the kitchen showed signs of recent use. Clean dishes in a drying rack, a kettle on the stove, a half-empty cup of what appeared to be tea on the counter. Someone had been here, and recently. "Hello." I called again, louder this time. "Is anybody home?" The words echoed mockingly back at me, followed by a sound that froze me in place. The soft padding of footsteps on the floor above. Deliberate, measured, moving directly over my head. "Mr. Blackwood?" My voice cracked. "I'm the photographer you hired." The footsteps stopped. Then came a new sound, a slow, rhythmic creaking like someone rocking in a chair. Back and forth, back and forth. I needed to leave. Job or no job, deadline or no deadline. Something was very wrong here. I gathered my things and hurried back toward the entrance hall. Only I couldn't find it. What should have been a straight path back to the foyer instead led me to rooms I hadn't seen before. A sewing room with a half-finished dress on a mannequin. A small chapel with inverted crosses. A child's nursery with a rocking horse still in motion. I became increasingly disoriented, turning corners that should have led outward, but somehow took me deeper into the house. After several minutes of increasingly panicked navigation, I finally stumbled back into the entrance hall. Relief washed over me as I rushed toward the front door, yanking on the handle. It wouldn't budge. I pulled harder, then pushed, then pulled again. The door was sealed as if it had never been meant to open. I moved to the windows next, but they too refused to yield. Not locked, but somehow fused shut, the glass unnaturally cold to the touch. No, I muttered, newfound claustrophobia clawing at my throat. This isn't happening. Thunder shook the house to its foundations, and in that moment, all of my portable lights went out simultaneously. Total darkness enveloped me, so complete it felt physical, pressing against my eyes and skin. In desperation, I fumbled for my phone, activating its flashlight once more. The beam seemed weaker now, barely penetrating the thick darkness. And in its feeble light, I saw what I had missed before. The floor of the entrance hall was not marble as I had thought. It was covered in photographs. Hundreds of them, perhaps thousands, all showing the same thing. People standing in this very foyer, looking terrified. Men, women of different ages and from different time periods judging by their clothing, but all with the same expression of horror. And behind each of them, barely visible in the backgrounds, was a tall, emaciated figure, its features blurred as if in motion. As I stared down at this impossible collage, a new photograph slowly materialized among the others, a Polaroid, its image still developing. It showed me, standing exactly as I was now, looking down. The blood drained from my face as I watched my own image become clearer on the paper. And then, in the background, something began to appear behind me. I whirled around, but there was nothing there, just darkness beyond my fading light. When I looked back down, the photograph had vanished, along with all the others. The floor was marble again, veined and cold beneath my feet. I was losing my mind. That was the only explanation. The isolation, the storm, the strange house. They were playing tricks on my perception. I needed to ground myself in reality, to focus on the job until I could find a way out. With shaking hands, I retrieved my backup battery pack and reconnected my photography lights. Their familiar glow restored some small measure of my courage. I would continue documenting the house as planned. When the storm passed, surely someone would come looking for me, Mr. Blackwood, or perhaps the property owners. I decided to tackle the upper floors next, keeping meticulous mental notes of my path so I wouldn't become lost again. The grand staircase creaked beneath my weight as I ascended, each step producing a different pitch, like keys on some discordant piano. The gallery above circled the entire foyer, with doors leading off in various directions. I chose the leftmost passage and began my methodical documentation, room by room. The bedrooms were all similarly appointed with heavy, antique furniture and four-poster beds, each looking as if it had been recently occupied. Indentations in pillows, wardrobes partially open, personal items on nightstands. In one room, I found a brush with strands of long dark hair still tangled in its bristles. In another, a pocket watch ticked steadily despite being coated with decades of dust. As I photographed the third bedroom, I noticed water beginning to seep under the door from the hallway. Not from rain, but rising as if from below, black and viscous like the residue from the front door handle. I quickly stepped back as it oozed into the room, forming small rivulets across the wooden floor. The liquid moved against gravity, flowing uphill toward me with purpose. I retreated further, bumping into the bed, and watched in horror as the fluid began to take shape, rising up like a cobra preparing to strike, forming a vaguely humanoid silhouette that swayed slightly in the artificial light. My breath caught in my throat. The figure extended what might have been an arm, pointing toward the nightstand. Against all better judgment, I looked. There lay a small leather journal. With trembling hands, I picked it up and opened to the first page. Property of Thomas Blackwood, 1887. Blackwood, the same name as my client. I flipped through the journal frantically, scanning entries that detailed the construction of the mansion. How the architect had gone mad halfway through and hanged himself from the chandelier. How the land had once been a burial ground. How workers kept disappearing only to be found later, bricked up within the walls. The final entry was dated exactly 100 years before today. It is done. The ritual is complete. The house is awake now. It hungers. It will feed for generations on the souls I bring it. And in return, immortality shall be mine. To whoever reads this, you are already lost. You have been chosen. You're the offering. At midnight, the house will take what is now rightfully its own. But take heart. Death here is not an ending. It is a transformation. You will become part of its walls, its floors, its very being. You will witness all who come after you. You will become the watcher behind the watcher. The House of Blackwood welcomes you home. I dropped the journal as if it had burned me. The black figure had grown larger, now almost touching the ceiling, its featureless face inches from mine. As I watched, frozen in terror, it began to split open vertically, revealing not organs or bone, but a doorway, a passage within its liquid form that led somewhere I couldn't comprehend. Then it spoke, its voice like stone grinding against stone. The master awaits below. With unexpected speed, it surged forward, engulfing me completely. I felt myself falling, tumbling through cold darkness that pressed against me from all sides. I couldn't breathe, couldn't scream, couldn't find any purchase in the void. And then, just as suddenly, I was elsewhere in the house, a part one hadn't seen before. A basement or cellar, dimly lit by candles that cast long, distorted shadows across stone walls slick with moisture. The air was thick and fetid, tasting of earth and decay. My photography equipment was gone, but somehow I still had the journal clutched in my white-knuckled grip. At last, my newest guest arrives. The voice came from across the room, where a figure sat behind an ornate desk. As my eyes adjusted to the gloom, I could make out a man in Victorian clothing, a high collar, waistcoat, and jacket that would have been fashionable over a century ago. His face was gaunt but handsome in a severe way, with deep-set eyes that reflected the candlelight like mirrors. "Mr. Blackwood, I presume," I said, my voice steadier than I felt. He smiled, revealing teeth too sharp, too numerous to be human. Indeed, Thomas Blackwood, at your service, though I've had many names over many years. What is this place? What do you want from me? I demanded, backing toward what I hoped was an exit. This house is a vessel, Blackwood replied, rising from his chair with unnatural grace. And you, my dear photographer, are its nourishment, as were the others before you, as will be those who come after. He gestured to the walls, which I now realized were not made of stone at all, but of faces, hundreds of them, pressed against some transparent membrane as if struggling to break free. Their mouths opened and closed in silent screams, their eyes tracking my movements with desperate intensity. You see, Blackwood continued, circling the desk. A century ago, I made a bargain. My soul, such as it was, in exchange for immortality. But such power requires maintenance. Fresh souls to keep the house satisfied, to keep me young. He ran a hand over his smooth face. One sacrifice every year on this very night. You are this year's offering. I'm not going to die here, I said with far more conviction than I felt, continuing to edge away from him. Blackwood laughed, the sound echoing strangely in the chamber. Oh, but you misunderstand. Death would be a mercy compared to what awaits you. You won't die. You'll become part of the house itself. Your consciousness, your memories, your very essence absorbed into its walls. Forever watching, forever feeling, forever screaming in silence. As he spoke, I noticed something odd about his movements. They weren't fluid, but rather a series of stops and starts, like frames missing from a film. And sometimes, just briefly, I could see through him as if he wasn't fully present in this reality. You're not really here, are you? I asked suddenly, an impossible suspicion forming. You're already part of it, part of the house. Blackwood's smile faltered for just a moment before returning, wider and more terrible than before. Clever. Yes, I'm a house now. Or rather, we are one and the same. My consciousness spread throughout every timber and stone. But this form, he gestured to his body, allows me to interact more personally with my guests. And the others? I nodded toward the faces in the walls. They're trapped here too. Not trapped. Transformed. As you will be. The storm outside isn't just weather, you know. It's a manifestation of the ritual's power, growing stronger as midnight approaches. He glanced at his pocket watch, which gives us exactly 27 minutes for you to make your peace with your fate. My mind raced, searching desperately for an escape. There had to be a way out, some weakness in a house's power, some rule to its supernatural prison. The journal. Maybe it contained something useful, some clue I had missed. I opened it again, flipping frantically through the pages while keeping an eye on Blackwood, who watched me with amused tolerance. Near the back, I found what appeared to be architectural drawings of the mansion. Detailed floor plans showing rooms I hadn't seen, including one labeled Heart. It was located beneath the entrance hall, a circular chamber that, according to the notes, served as the focal point of the entire structure. If the house truly was alive, then perhaps this was its most vulnerable point. I needed to find that room. You'll never reach it in time, Blackwood said, reading my thoughts. And even if you did, what then? The ritual is already in motion. The house must feed. Then it can feed on you. I spat, throwing the journal at him in distraction before bolting toward the only door. I burst through into a narrow corridor lit by gas lamps that ignited as I passed, guiding my way, or leading me into a trap. I had no choice but to follow, taking turn after turn through the labyrinthine basement, hearing Blackwood's laughter echo from everywhere and nowhere. The passageway finally opened into a larger space that I recognized as being directly beneath the entrance hall. And there, in the center of the room, stood what could only be the heart, a massive, pulsating organ made not of flesh, but of the same black liquid that had engulfed me earlier. It beat with hypnotic rhythm, each pulse sending vibrations through the floor and walls. Surrounding it was a circle of candles and symbols carved into the stone floor, the ritual site from the journal. And displayed prominently on a pedestal beside it was a large, ancient-looking key. As I approached, the heart beat faster, as if sensing my presence. The faces in the walls became more agitated, their silent screams more urgent. Were they warning me away or encouraging me forward? I couldn't tell. I reached for the key, but just before my fingers touched it, I hesitated. This was too easy. Why would Blackwood allow me to find this place unless it was part of the ritual? Unless my presence here, my actions now, were exactly what was needed to complete it. Very good, came Blackwood's voice from behind me. You begin to understand. The sacrifice must be willing in some small way. They must make a choice that binds them to the house. I turned to face him and gasped. Blackwood was deteriorating before my eyes, his handsome features melting like wax, revealing glimpses of skull beneath translucent skin. His elegant clothing now hung in tatters over a frame that seemed increasingly skeletal. What's happening to you? I asked, backing away. The hour approaches, he rasped, his voice now like dry leaves scraping stone. The ritual must be completed or we begin to fade. A new master must take my place. And there it was, the truth, finally. You're not immortal, I said with dawning comprehension. You're a prisoner, just like all the others. The house never gave you eternal life. It's been using you, wearing you like a suit, making you lure others here to continue the cycle. Blackwood's face contorted with rage and what might have been despair. It doesn't matter what you think you know. Take the key, open the front door, try to escape, or stay and take my place. Either action completes the ritual. There is no third option, but there was. There had to be. I looked at the heart again, at its unnatural pulsing. The journal had mentioned a ritual, but rituals have rules, components that must be followed precisely. The circle of candles, the symbols on the floor, the timing with the storm, and the photographs. The ones I had seen in the entrance hall documenting every victim. Every victim who had been lured here under false pretenses, just as I had. Every victim who had been a photographer, just like me. The realization hit me like a physical blow. We weren't random sacrifices. We were chosen specifically for our ability to capture images, to create permanent records of moments in time. Because the house didn't just need souls, it needed witnesses. Observers who could document its existence. Make it more real with every image captured. My camera equipment. Where had it gone when the black liquid engulfed me? I closed my eyes, concentrating on the memory of my camera bag, the feel of its strap across my shoulder, the weight of my professional DSLR inside. To my astonishment, when I opened my eyes again, it was there, either having materialized from nowhere or having been there all along. My perception of reality, now so distorted I couldn't tell the difference. What are you doing? Blackwood demanded, his form flickering like a bad television signal. Take the key. Your time runs short. Instead, I reached for my camera, powered it on, and pointed it at the heart. Through the viewfinder, I could see what wasn't visible to the naked eye thousands of gossamer threads extending from the pulsing organ, connecting to the walls, the ceiling, to Blackwood himself. The true structure of the house's power laid bare. No. Blackwood lunged toward me, but it was too late. I pressed the shutter button. The flash that followed was blinding, far brighter than any camera should produce. The heart convulsed violently, the threads capturing in the photograph, severing instantly. Blackwood let out an inhuman shriek as his form began to disintegrate, turning to ash that swirled in a sudden wind. The house itself groaned, a deep, structural sound of timber and stone under impossible stress. Cracks appeared in the walls, spreading rapidly as the faces within them began to emerge. Not just impressions now, but fully formed people stepping through, dazed and disoriented, as if waking from a long sleep. The heart shriveled before my eyes, collapsing in on itself until nothing remained but a small, dense object that fell to the floor with a metallic clang. It was a camera, ancient, made of brass and wood, its lens cracked but still intact. The first camera, the origin point of the curse. All around me, the freed souls were fading away, their expressions peaceful now as they dissolved in motes of light that drifted upward through the crumbling ceiling. The storm outside was abating, the thunder now distant and fading, the wind dying down to a gentle breeze. I picked up the antique camera carefully. Whatever evil had inhabited this house, whatever entity had made its bargain with Thomas Blackwood so long ago, seemed bound to this object, rendered harmless now. But for how long? The mansion continued to deteriorate around me, stones falling, timbers creaking ominously. I needed to leave, and quickly. With the old camera clutched in one hand and my own equipment slung over my shoulder, I ran for the stairs, dodging debris as the house literally fell apart. I found the entrance hall easily now, the front door standing wide open, cool night air and the smell of rain beckoning me to safety. Without looking back, I raced to my car, threw my things inside, and drove down the hill as fast as I dared on the wet gravel. In my rearview mirror, I watched Blackwood Manor collapse completely, folding in on itself like a house of cards, until nothing remained but a pile of rubble on the hillside. I should have felt relief. I should have celebrated my escape, my victory over whatever nameless horror had dwelled within those walls. But as I drove through the night, putting as much distance as possible between myself and that accursed place, a creeping dread began to fill me. A suspicion I couldn't shake, no matter how fast I drove or how many reassurances I whispered to myself. I glanced at the passenger seat, where the brass antique camera sat, its broken lens catching the occasional flicker of moonlight through the dissipating clouds. What if destroying the heart hadn't ended the cycle, but merely changed it? What if, in that moment when I took the photograph, something had transferred from the house to the camera, from the camera to my own device, from my device to me? I looked in the rearview mirror again, but this time not at the road behind. I looked at my reflection. My face seemed normal, my eyes still my own. But just for an instant, so briefly I might have imagined it, I saw something else looking back at me. Something with Thomas Blackwood's smile and eyes that reflected light like mirrors. When I blinked, it was gone. Just my own frightened face staring back. But as I continued driving through the darkness, a new thought formed. Intrusive, unwelcome, and terrifyingly persuasive. I know a perfect property you should photograph. The pay is excellent, triple your normal rate, and somewhere deep inside me, something that was not me answered. The House of Blackwood welcomes you home. Thunder rolled in the distance, drawing closer with each passing moment, as if following my car down the long, winding road. I've told myself it was all a nightmare, a hallucination brought on by exhaustion, by the storm, by some toxic mold in that decrepit mansion. That would be the rational explanation, the safe explanation. But I know better now, because when I developed the photographs I took that night, the ones from before everything went wrong, I found something impossible. In every image, standing somewhere in the frame, is a figure my eyes hadn't seen. Tall, emaciated, its face always slightly blurred, as if in motion. And in the background of each shot, barely visible unless you know to look for it, are faces pressed against the walls, watching, always watching. Sometimes, when I'm alone in my apartment, I hear the walls creak in a certain way, like a house settling, most would say. But I know it's the sound of something stirring inside the structure itself, something that followed me home. The worst part, I've started to receive emails inquiring about my photography services. The requests are always the same. Remote locations, historic properties, double or triple my usual rate. And I find myself responding automatically, my fingers typing out acceptances even as my mind screams in protest. There's a new house waiting to be photographed tonight. A Victorian manor on a hillside, recently restored after decades of abandonment. The client was insistent it be documented before the coming storm. I know I shouldn't go. I know exactly what awaits me there. But I will go anyway, because the house commands it. Because I'm no longer entirely myself. Because one day, perhaps a year from now, someone else will be lured to a mansion on a hill during a thunderstorm. And they will find my journal, and they will see my face in the walls, and the cycle will continue. As it always has, as it always will. After all, the house must feed. And now, so must I. Echoes in the walls. The storm emerged from nowhere, like a predator that had been stalking me all along. My windshield wipers fought a losing battle against the torrential downpour as I navigated the winding mountain road. The GPS had failed 20 minutes ago, leaving me with nothing but fading daylight and a printout of directions that were becoming increasingly useless as landmarks disappeared into the gray haze. I was beginning to accept that I was hopelessly lost when the lightning struck. For a brief moment, the world turned electric white, and there it was, Blackwood Manor, perched on the hillside ahead like a massive stone sentinel. Even in that fleeting illumination, I could tell the place was far larger than the real estate listing had suggested. Historic estate seeking caretaker for winter months, the ad had read. Private quarters, generous compensation, minimal responsibilities. As a writer looking for solitude to finish my novel, it had seemed perfect. Now, as thunder crashed overhead, I wasn't so sure. The rain hammered against my car as I pulled up the long, overgrown driveway. Gravel popped beneath my tires, and branches from untrimmed trees scraped against the roof like desperate fingers. The manor loomed larger with every foot of my approach, 3 stories of weathered stone and darkened windows. Victorian architecture, I guessed, though with odd additions that didn't quite match the original structure, wings and towers that seemed to have been attached as afterthoughts. A covered portico offered minimal shelter as I gathered my bags and made a dash for the massive front door. The real estate agent had promised that the property manager, Mr. Thorne, would meet me here at 6 o'clock. My watch reads 6:23. I rang the bell, hearing it echo somewhere deep inside the house. No response. I tried again, then knocked, the sound of my fist against the heavy wood almost swallowed by another crack of thunder. Still nothing. The rain was seeping through my jacket now, chilling me to the bone. The doorknob turned easily in my hand, unlocked. "Hello," I called, pushing the door open. "Mr. Thorne." The entrance hall was cavernous and dim. A chandelier hung overhead, dotted with electric candle bulbs that cast weak, yellowed light over marble floors and wood-paneled walls. A grand staircase curved upward from the center of the hall, its banister gleaming dully with polish. The air inside was stale, carrying the faint scent of furniture wax and something else, something vegetal and slightly sweet, like overripe fruit. "Mr. Thorne." I called again, my voice immediately absorbed by the heavy drapes and thick carpets beyond the entrance hall. "It's Michael Winters, the new caretaker." Setting my bags down, I ventured further inside. To my right, a sitting room with furniture draped in white cloths. To my left, what appeared to be a study with bookshelves stretching to the ceiling. Straight ahead, past the staircase, a corridor extended into darkness. A flash of lightning illuminated the hall through tall windows, followed almost instantly by a deafening crack of thunder. I jumped despite myself. "Ridiculous," I muttered, my own voice a small comfort in the silence. "It's just a house." On a table near the entrance, I found an envelope with my name written in elegant script. Inside was a note. "Mr. Winters, urgent business has called me away. Your quarters have been prepared in the East Wing, second floor. All necessary information is in the folder on the desk in your sitting room. I will return on Monday to review your duties. Thorne." Today was Friday. 3 days alone in this enormous house. The prospect had seemed ideal when I'd accepted the position. Now, as rain lashed against the windows and shadows gathered in the corners of the vast entrance hall, I felt the first twinge of unease. I gathered my bags and headed for the staircase. The steps creaked under my weight, the sound startlingly loud in the quiet. The house felt like it was holding its breath, waiting. Following a series of corridors, I eventually found what must be the East Wing. A set of rooms had been prepared with fresh linens and towels. A small sitting room connected to a bedroom and private bath. The furniture was old but well-maintained, heavy wooden pieces from another era. The sitting room featured a desk, as promised, with a thick folder labeled House Protocols. I set my laptop bag down and shrugged off my wet jacket. Before I could reach for the folder, a noise caught my attention, footsteps, from somewhere down the hall. "Hello," I called. "Mr. Thorne? Is that you?" No answer, but the footsteps had stopped. I stepped back into the corridor, peering in both directions. Empty. Must be the house settling, I reasoned aloud, though the sound had been distinctly that of someone walking. Back in my quarters, I flipped open the folder. Inside were maps of the house, more extensive than I'd realized, with sections marked closed for renovation, instructions for the heating system, circuit breaker locations, emergency contacts, and a list of daily tasks that mainly involved checking pipes during freezing weather and keeping an eye on the security system. The last page contained a list of rules. Do not enter the north wing. All doors must be locked by sunset. Ignore any knocking after midnight. Do not remove any artwork from the walls. The master bedroom on the 3rd floor is strictly off limits. I read the list twice, my unease growing. These weren't standard caretaker instructions. Before I could dwell on it further, the lights flickered once, twice, and then went out entirely. Outside, the storm roared with renewed intensity. Perfect. My phone's flashlight provided enough illumination to locate a box of candles and matches in the desk drawer. Soon, a warm glow pushed back the darkness. According to the house map, the main circuit breaker was in the basement. I wasn't eager to venture into the depths of an unfamiliar house during a power outage, but I also wasn't keen on spending my first night without electricity. Candle in hand, I made my way back to the main staircase. The storm's fury was more evident here, where tall windows lined the grand hall. Rain pelted the glass like handfuls of thrown pebbles, and lightning transformed the windows into strobing panels of white-blue light. The candlelight created a small bubble of visibility around me, beyond which shadows shifted and danced. The basement door was tucked under the staircase, a heavy oak slab with iron hinges. It opened with a protracted groan, revealing a narrow stone staircase descending into darkness. The air that wafted up was cold and damp, carrying that same overripe smell I'd noticed earlier. but stronger now. Holding the candle before me, I began to descend. The temperature dropped with each step. The walls here were stone, not the wood paneling of the upper floors embedded with moisture. At the bottom of the stairs, the basement opened into a series of chambers. The first contained the boiler and electrical panel, just as the map had indicated. I located the main breaker and flipped it, but nothing happened. The storm must have caused damage to the lines. I was about to return upstairs when I noticed a door at the far end of the chamber. It wasn't marked on my map. Curiosity overcame caution, and I approached it. Unlike the other doors in the basement, this one was metal, with a sliding bolt lock, the kind meant to keep something in, not out. The bolt was currently in the open position. I stood before it, debating. The house protocols hadn't mentioned this door specifically, but rule number 1 was do not enter the north wing. I wasn't sure if that applied to the basement as well. As I pondered, a sound emanated from behind the door, a soft scraping, like nails against metal. I stumbled backward, hard hammering. The scraping stopped, replaced by something worse, a low, wet breathing. "Hello," I managed, my voice barely above a whisper. "Is someone there?" The breathing ceased immediately. Silence stretched, broken only by the distant rumble of thunder above. Then, just as I convinced myself I'd imagined it, a voice responded, raspy, dry, barely audible. "Let me out." I fled. My candle extinguished from the speed of my retreat. I fumbled my way up the stairs in total darkness, slammed the basement door behind me, and didn't stop until I reached my quarters, where I collapsed into a chair, pulse racing. "Get a grip, Michael," I told myself, relighting my candle with shaking hands. "Old houses make noises. Your imagination is running wild." But I knew what I'd heard. Determined to regain my composure, I unpacked my bags and arranged my writing materials on the desk. The novel wasn't going to finish itself, and focusing on work would help me settle. Outside, the storm continued its assault, but it was beginning to feel more like background noise, almost comforting in its consistency. I was midway through organizing my notes when the temperature in the room plummeted. One moment, it was comfortably cool. The next, my breath was fogging in the air before me. The candle's flame sputtered and bent sideways, as if caught in a draft, though no windows were open. And then came the humming. It was faint at first, just on the threshold of hearing a woman's voice, melodic but discordant, like a lullaby sung in a minor key. It seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. I rose from my chair, turning in a slow circle. "Hello? Is someone there?" The humming stopped abruptly. In the silence that followed, a picture frame on the wall, a landscape I hadn't paid much attention to, tilted sideways with a distinct click. Moving to straighten it, I noticed something behind the painting. The wallpaper wasn't flush with the wall. There was a slight indentation. I removed the frame entirely, revealing a small keyhole embedded in the wall. Curiosity overrode apprehension. I retrieved my keychain, which included several small tools, among them a thin metal pick. It wasn't intended for lockpicking, but it might work. After several attempts, I felt the mechanism give way with a soft click. A seam appeared in the wallpaper as a hidden door swung inward, revealing a dark, narrow passage. A rational person would have closed the door immediately and pretended they'd never found it. Instead, I found myself retrieving my candle and stepping through. The passage was tight, the ceiling so low I had to duck. It smelled of dust and age, but also that same cloying sweetness I'd noticed throughout the house. The walls were rough stone, cool to the touch. The passageway ran straight for about 20 feet before turning sharply to the right. I followed it, emerging into a small, circular room. It appeared to be a hidden observatory of sorts. A tarnished brass telescope was mounted on a stand facing a narrow window. The walls were lined with shelves holding leather-bound journals, star charts, and what looked like scientific instruments from another century. But what drew my attention was the desk in the center of the room, its surface covered with papers anchored by a single object, a music box. Made of dark wood with mother-of-pearl inlay, it was exquisite craftsmanship. I lifted the lid. A tiny ballerina figurine rose, turning slowly as a melody began to play, the same tune I'd heard humming in my room. Among the papers on the desk, one caught my eye, a letter, the ink faded but still legible. My dearest Eliza, the observations continue. The alignment approaches. I have calculated that on the night of the winter solstice, when Jupiter and Saturn conjoin, the doorway will open. I will finally prove what your father refused to believe, that the barriers between worlds are thin here, at Blackwood. The entities I have glimpsed, they are magnificent and terrible. They speak to me now, guide my hand. I know you disapprove, but I am too close to abandon my work. When you return from Boston, I will show you evidence that will dispel your fears. The house has shown me its secrets. There are passages everywhere, watching points where I can observe without being seen. The walls have eyes, my love. Until December. Charles. I set the letter down, a chill running through me that had nothing to do with the room's temperature. Whoever Charles was, he sounded dangerously obsessed. And what did he mean by "the walls have eyes"? As if in answer, I noticed a peculiar feature of the circular room, small apertures, evenly spaced around the walls, just above eye level. Stepping up to one, I peered through. It offered a perfect view of my quarters. I recoiled. Someone could watch me from here, completely undetected. I moved to another aperture. This one looked into the main staircase hall. Another revealed the library. The hidden passages must run throughout the entire house, a secret surveillance system built into the very architecture. My skin crawled at the thought of being observed. But by whom? Mr. Thorne? Someone else? A sudden crash from my quarters sent me hurrying back through the passage. Emerging into my sitting room, I found the source of the noise. The folder of house protocols had fallen from the desk, its contents scattered across the floor. As I moved to collect them, I noticed something else. Wet footprints crossing the room from the door to the window. Small, barefoot prints like those of a child. The window was now open, the curtains billowing as rain gusted in. I rushed to close it, leaning out briefly to see if anyone was on the ledge or below. Nothing but the dark grounds being lashed by rain. I turned back to the room, heart pounding. The footprints were already fading as the water evaporated. I hadn't imagined them. Something had been in my room while I explored the hidden passage. Gathering the scattered papers, I noticed a page I hadn't seen before. It appeared to have been concealed within the folder's lining, revealed only when it fell. The handwriting was different from the typed protocols, hurried, urgent. If you're reading this, you've been chosen as I was. Get out while you can. The house doesn't just watch, it hungers. They've been feeding it for generations. Why do you think they need a new caretaker every winter? December 21st is coming. Don't be here when it arrives. P.S. The doors in the north wing lead nowhere now. She made sure of that. I looked at the date on the note. Last winter. What had happened to the previous caretaker? And who was she? Thunder exploded overhead, so close it felt like the house itself had shuddered. The candles guttered, then stabilized. I made a decision. I would leave first thing in the morning. Whatever secrets Blackwood Manor held, I wanted no part of them. Sleep proved elusive. Every creak and groan of the old house set my nerves on edge. The storm showed no signs of abating, and twice I could have sworn I heard footsteps in the corridor outside my room. The first time I investigated, finding nothing. The second time, I wedged a chair under the doorknob and stayed put. Around 3 in the morning, exhaustion finally won out over fear. I drifted into uneasy dreams filled with hidden passages and watching eyes. In the dream, I wandered endless corridors that shifted and changed whenever I turned around. A child's laughter echoed from rooms I couldn't find. The walls pulsed gently, as if breathing. I awoke to silence. The storm had passed, and weak morning light filtered through the curtains. For a moment, I lay there, wondering if the events of the night had been exaggerated by my writer's imagination. Then I saw the chair, still wedged under the doorknob, and the scattered house protocols I'd left on the desk. Rising, I moved to the window. The grounds of Blackwood Manor stretched before me, sodden and mist-covered in the dawn light. The storm had uprooted several trees, and debris littered the long driveway. My car, I realized with a sinking feeling, was blocked in by a fallen oak. I wouldn't be leaving this morning after all. After a quick shower and change of clothes, I decided to explore the house in daylight. Knowledge was power. The more I understood about Blackwood Manor, the better equipped I'd be to handle my situation. Besides, the bizarre events of the night seemed less threatening in the gentle morning light. The house was even larger than I'd initially thought. Beyond the main areas were countless rooms, some furnished, others empty, some locked tight. I discovered a music room with an ancient grand piano, its ivory keys yellowed with age, a greenhouse attached to the east wing, now overgrown with strange plants I couldn't identify, and a gallery lined with portraits of severe-looking men and women, presumably the Blackwood family. One painting in particular caught my attention. Unlike the formal portraits, this was a less posed scene. A man in early 20th century clothing stood before the manor. Beside him was a woman in a white dress, her face turned slightly away from the painter, and between them, a young girl of perhaps 8 or 9. The child was looking directly at the viewer with an intensity that was disconcerting, her smile a little too wide, her eyes a little too knowing. A small plaque beneath the painting read, Charles, Eliza, and Margaret Blackwood, 1912. Charles, the same man who had written the letter I found in the hidden room, and Eliza, his wife, who had apparently been in Boston at the time. But the child, Margaret, something about her expression sent a shiver through me. As I leaned closer to examine the painting, I noticed something odd about the window visible behind the family. A pale face seemed to be watching from within the house, indistinct, blurry, as if the painter had started to include another figure, but then painted over it. Beautiful family, weren't they? I spun around, heart lurching into my throat. A man stood at the entrance to the gallery, tall, gaunt, with silver hair slicked back from a high forehead. He wore an impeccable black suit that seemed too formal for the setting. "Mr. Thorne," I said, recognizing him from the photo in the real estate agent's email. "I thought you weren't returning until Monday. Change of plans." His voice was deep, cultured. The storm damaged the road quite severely. "I thought it best to check on the property and on you, Mr. Winters. First nights at Blackwood can be unsettling." Something in his phrasing made me uneasy. "I'm fine, though there was a power outage." "Yes, quite common during storms. The generators should have kicked in." "Generators?" I wasn't aware. "In the north wing." He smiled thinly. "Which, as I'm sure you read, is off limits due to renovations." I hesitated, then decided to be direct. "Mr. Thorne, I found something unusual last night. A hidden passage in my quarters, leading to some kind of observatory room." Thorne's expression didn't change, but something flickered in his eyes. Calculation, perhaps. "Ah, yes. Charles Blackwood was quite the amateur astronomer. The house is full of such architectural curiosities. Nothing to concern yourself with." The passage had viewing points into various rooms, including mine. A regrettable invasion of privacy by modern standards, Thorne conceded. But in Charles's day, the master of the house often wished to observe guests and servants undetected. Different times, Mr. Winters. And the note I found? About the house, hungering. At this, Thorne's facade cracked slightly. His smile tightened. "Your predecessor had certain mental health challenges. He left quite suddenly. I disregard anything he might have written." Before I could press further, Thorne checked his watch. "I must see to the damaged East Terrace. Feel free to continue your exploration, Mr. Winters, within the permitted areas, of course." He turned to leave, then paused. "One thing, though. If you should hear humming or children's laughter, It's merely the wind through the old ventilation system. Blackwood plays tricks on the mind, especially after a storm. With that, he was gone, leaving me with more questions than answers. How had he known about the humming? I hadn't mentioned it. I returned my attention to the painting. The face in the window seemed to have shifted, as if now looking directly at me. Imagination, surely. The rest of the day passed without incident. I tried to work on my novel, but found it difficult to concentrate. Instead, I explored more of the permitted areas of the house, finding nothing as unusual as the hidden passage. Thorne remained busy with storm damage, and we crossed paths only once more, in the kitchen, where he informed me that the power company would likely restore electricity the following day. As evening approached, I remembered rule number 2. All doors must be locked by sunset. It seemed paranoid, but after my experiences, I wasn't taking chances. I made a thorough check of every door and window in my section of the house. While securing a side door in what appeared to be a rarely used solarium, I spotted a figure on the lawn, a small, pale shape moving between the trees at the edge of the property. A child, I thought at first, but its movements were wrong, too fluid, almost gliding. Before I could get a better look, it vanished into the mist that was gathering as twilight descended. That night, sleep came no easier than before. Every sound from the vast house seemed amplified in the darkness. The tick of cooling wood, the whisper of drafts through ancient ventilation, and occasionally, sounds I couldn't explain, the slide of fabric against walls, the distant click of doors opening or closing. And once, the distinct sound of piano keys being gently pressed in the music room 3 corridors away. Around midnight, as I lay staring at the ceiling, the humming began again, that same haunting melody from the music box. It seemed to move, starting near my door, then circling the room, though I saw nothing. As it passed the hidden door to the passage, now resealed behind the replaced painting, I heard a child's voice whisper, "He's lying to you." I bolted upright. "Who's there? Show yourself." The humming stopped. In the silence that followed, the temperature plummeted. My breath clouded before me, and frost began to form on the inside of my window, delicate patterns spreading across the glass with an audible crackling. Then came a new sound, a soft, rhythmic tapping at my door. Tap, tap, tap. Pause. Tap, tap, tap. Rule number 3. Ignore any knocking after midnight. The tapping continued, growing more insistent. Then a voice, a child's voice, sweet but with something wrong underneath, like honey hiding the taste of something bitter. "Let me in. I'm cold out here." I remained frozen in my bed, heart hammering. The doorknob began to turn, rattling against the locked mechanism. "Please? I just want to play." "Go away," I managed, my voice barely a whisper. The rattling stopped. After a long pause, footsteps receded down the corridor, the unmistakable patter of bare feet on hardwood. I released a breath I hadn't realized I was holding. Then, from directly beside my ear, the child's voice came again, this time a harsh whisper, "I'm already inside." I jerked away, nearly falling from the bed. The room was empty, but on the mirror of the dressing table, written in the condensation from the sudden cold, were the words, December 21st, the winter solstice, just as in Charles Blackwood's letter. I didn't sleep again that night. When dawn finally broke, I dressed quickly and went in search of Thorne. I found him in the entrance hall, speaking on an old-fashioned telephone at a small desk. He hung up as I approached. "Ah, Mr. Winters. I was about to seek you out. Good news, the road should be cleared by late afternoon. I've arranged for a crew to remove the tree blocking your vehicle. I'm leaving," I said without preamble. "As soon as the road is clear." Thorne's expression remained neutral. "May I ask why?" "If something about the accommodations is unsatisfactory." "Don't," I cut him off. "Someone or something was in my room last night. A child or something pretending to be one. And don't tell me it was the wind." For a long moment, Thorne studied me. Then, surprisingly, he sighed. "You weren't meant to encounter her so soon. Most caretakers go weeks before Margaret makes herself known. Margaret? The girl from the painting? Charles and Eliza's daughter. Yes. Thorne gestured to a nearby sitting room. Please, sit. There are things you should understand about Blackwood Manor. Against my better judgment, I followed him. The sitting room was small but elegant, with a fireplace where logs were already burning. Thorne took a seat in a high-backed leather chair, indicating I should take its twin across from him. Blackwood Manor has been in the family for 7 generations, he began. Charles Blackwood, the man whose observatory you discovered, was more than an astronomer. He was deeply involved in, let's call them, esoteric studies. He believed this property sat at an intersection of cosmic energies, a place where the veil between worlds was particularly thin. And you believe this too? I asked skeptically. What I believe is irrelevant. The facts are these. In December 1912, Charles performed a ritual of some kind during the winter solstice. Whatever he intended, the results were catastrophic. His wife, Eliza, returned from Boston to find Charles in a state of madness, raving about doors and entities from beyond. Their daughter, Margaret, was nowhere to be found. She disappeared? That's the official story. Eliza claimed Charles had somehow sacrificed the child in his ritual. Charles was committed to an asylum, where he died a year later. Eliza lived in the house until her death in 1947, a recluse who spent her final years sealing passages and rooms in the North Wing. And Margaret? I pressed. Thorne's gaze moved to the fire. According to local legend, she never left. Whatever Charles did that night changed her, bound her to the house. Eliza spent decades trying to contain what her husband had unleashed. I leaned forward. Are you seriously suggesting the house is haunted? I'm suggesting, Mr. Winters, that there are forces at work in Blackwood Manor that defy conventional explanation. He turned back to me, his eyes reflecting the firelight. The North Wing isn't under renovation. It's sealed for your protection. What exactly is in there? Doors, Thorne said simply. Dozens of them, opening onto elsewhere. Charles's doorways. And Margaret, or what wears her form, guards them, waiting for the solstice when the barriers are thinnest. This is insane, I said, rising. I'm a writer, Mr. Thorne. I recognize a ghost story when I hear one. Then leave. His tone was suddenly harsh. The road will be clear by evening. But know this, Margaret has chosen you. She's shown herself to you directly. That's rare, and it means she's interested. The last caretaker who caught her attention tried to unseal the North Wing. We found him in the observatory room, staring at nothing, his mind gone. Why tell me this? Why not just let me leave thinking the place had bad wiring and drafty corridors? Thorne stood, straightening his jacket. Because, Mr. Winters, you need to understand the rules. They're not arbitrary. They're protection. And because. He hesitated. The Blackwood family has obligations. Warnings must be given. What obligations? Instead of answering, Thorne moved to a small side table and unlocked a drawer with a key from his pocket. He removed a leather-bound journal. Charles's final journal, he said, offering it to me. Read it or don't. Leave or stay. The choice is yours. But if you stay, remember the rules. And remember that December 21st is only 11 days away. I took the journal cautiously. You're not what you appear to be, are you, Mr. Thorne? A smile touched his lips, sad and knowing. Few things at Blackwood are. With that cryptic statement, he left me alone with the journal and my thoughts. The rational part of me wanted to dismiss Thorne's story as elaborate fiction designed to frighten me away from investigating the house further. But I couldn't explain what I'd experienced, the voice, the footprints, the message on the mirror. I opened Charles's journal. The early entries were mundane observations about star positions and weather patterns. But as the pages progressed, the writing became increasingly erratic, filled with strange symbols and references to the Watchers and those who wait beyond. Charles described dreams of a vast, dark city with impossible geometry, where beings composed of light and shadow moved through streets that folded back upon themselves. The final entry, dated December 20th, 1912, read, "Tomorrow night, Jupiter and Saturn align. The doorway will open. I have prepared Margaret as vessel and anchor. Forgive me, Eliza. Some opportunities come once in centuries. The entities have promised knowledge beyond mortal understanding. I have seen glimpses, such terrible, beautiful glimpses. The house knows. The house has always known. It was built for this purpose, every brick and beam placed according to their design. We are not the first family to serve as keepers of the door." The journal ended there. Whatever happened on December 21st, Charles never recorded it. I spent the rest of the day in a state of indecision. Part of me was determined to leave as soon as the road was cleared. Another part, the writer in me, perhaps, was captivated by the mystery of Blackwood Manor. What if there was truth to Charles's ravings? What if something extraordinary had happened here? By late afternoon, as promised, workers had cleared the fallen tree from my car. The power had been restored as well. Everything was in place for my departure. As I packed my bags, a knock came at my door. Thorne stood outside, his expression grave. "The road is clear, Mr. Winters. What have you decided?" I hesitated. "I'm not sure I believe any of this, but I'm intrigued. If I stay, will you tell me everything you know about Charles's research?" Something like relief flickered across Thorne's features. "Of course. Though I warn you, knowledge comes at a price at Blackwood. One more question. The rules, do they work? Do they keep her away?" "They've kept caretakers alive for decades," Thorne replied carefully. "But Margaret is not the only presence in Blackwood Manor. The house itself has awareness and hunger. What does it hunger for?" Thorne met my gaze steadily. "Witnesses." That evening, after Thorne departed, promising to return the following day with Charles's research materials, I found myself alone again in the vast house. But now, knowing what I did, every sound held new significance. The creaks were no longer settling timber, but the house shifting its attention. The drafts were its breath, the strange sweet smell, its essence. I avoided the hidden passage, though several times I caught myself staring at the painting that concealed its entrance, half expecting it to swing open of its own accord. Instead, I focused on my writing, using the bizarre circumstances as inspiration. My novel, previously a standard psychological thriller, took a supernatural turn that excited me creatively. As midnight approached, I braced myself for another visitation from Margaret. But the hours passed quietly. Perhaps the rules truly did offer protection. Or perhaps she was waiting, watching from the hidden passages that honeycombed the walls. I must have dozed off at my desk because I awoke with a start to the sound of piano music drifting through the house. A simple melody played with a child's hesitant technique. Glancing at my watch, I saw it was 3:17 a.m. Against every instinct for self-preservation, I rose and followed the sound. The music led me to the grand piano in the music room. As I approached the doorway, I saw her, a small figure seated at the piano, her back to me, white nightdress glowing in the moonlight that streamed through tall windows. Her dark hair was arranged in two neat braids. I knew I should retreat, follow Rule 3, and ignore her presence. But curiosity overrode caution. "Margaret," I called softly. The music stopped. The child's head tilted, though she didn't turn around. "You shouldn't be here," she said, her voice oddly hollow, as if coming from far away. "Not yet. Not until the doors open." "What doors, Margaret?" "The ones in the north wing." Her shoulders shook with silent laughter. "All doors are the same door, when you know how to look." She began to turn, and I averted my eyes instinctively. Something told me I shouldn't see her face. "He wants you to stay," she continued. "He thinks you'll help him. They always do." "Help who?" "Thorne." More laughter, high and brittle like breaking glass. "Per Mr. Thorne. He doesn't even know what he is anymore. They've had him so long." "Who are they, Margaret?" "The same ones who have me. The same ones who'll have you." Her voice turned sing-song. "They're hungry again. It's been so long since they fed." I risked a glance at her. She was facing me now, but her face was in shadow, only the gleam of eyes visible. "Do you want to see what's behind the doors?" she asked. "I can show you. Just one little peek." She extended a hand toward me, pale and small in the moonlight. I found myself taking a step forward, drawn by a curiosity I couldn't suppress. The grand piano slammed its lid down with explosive force, the sound like a gunshot in the quiet house. I jumped backward. "Not yet," Margaret hissed, withdrawing her hand. "He's watching. Always watching." Before I could respond, she was gone, not running from the room or fading away, but simply gone between one. Before I could respond, she was gone, not running from the room or fading away, but simply gone between one blink and the next. The piano keys continued to depress on their own for a few more notes, playing out the last measures of her melody before falling still. I stood frozen in the darkened music room, the weight of what I just witnessed settling over me. If I'd had any doubts about Thorne's story, they were gone now. Whatever Margaret was, ghost, memory, or something else entirely, she was real. And so were her warnings. I retreated to my quarters, locking the door behind me. Sleep was out of the question now. Instead, I returned to Charles's journal, rereading passages I'd skimmed earlier, searching for clues about them, the entities Margaret had mentioned, the ones who had both her and Thorne. A passage near the middle caught my attention. "The watching ones speak more clearly now. They exist between spaces and walls and shadows and reflections. They cannot cross fully into our world without assistance, without doorways and vessels. But oh, how they hunger for sensation. They experience our reality through witnesses, through those who see and hear and feel for them. The more witnesses, the stronger their connection." I glanced up at the walls of my room, suddenly acutely aware of the hidden apertures behind them, the watching points through which unseen eyes might be fixed on me at this very moment. The house hunger for witnesses. Thorne's words echoed in my mind. Not a metaphor, I realized, but literal truth. The house, or what lived within it, fed on observation, on attention. A terrible suspicion began to form. The caretaker position, the minimal responsibilities, the generous compensation, it wasn't a job. It was bait. The Blackwood family, or whatever remained of them, were suppliers, providing fresh witnesses for the entities that dwelled in the house. And December 21st, the winter solstice, when the doors would open, was feeding time. Morning brought a gray, overcast sky and a light snowfall. I hadn't slept, but adrenaline kept me alert as I waited for Thorne's return. He arrived shortly after 10, carrying a wooden chest which he placed on my desk. "Charles's research materials, as promised," he announced, producing a small key. "Some of it is disturbing. But if understanding is what you seek, it's all here." As he unlocked the chest, I studied him with new eyes. "How long have you been the property manager here, Mr. Thorne?" "Longer than you might imagine," he replied without looking up. "And how many caretakers have you recruited in that time?" His hand stilled. "You've been speaking with Margaret. She found me in the music room last night. She said, 'They've had you so long.'" "What did she mean by that, Mr. Thorne? Who are they?" Thorne straightened, his expression unreadable. "Margaret is not what she appears. Neither am I. And neither, Mr. Winters, are you." "What's that supposed to mean? Why do you think you were chosen?" The ad was specific, a writer seeking solitude. Creative minds are more receptive, more valuable as witnesses. He gestured to the chest, now open to reveal stacks of papers, photographs, and small objects wrapped in cloth. Charles understood this. His research was leading him toward greater understanding when circumstances intervened. "You mean when he sacrificed his daughter?" I challenged. "Is that what I told you?" Thorne smiled thinly. "Strange how memories shift in this house." "No, Mr. Winters. Charles didn't sacrifice Margaret. Margaret sacrificed Charles." The revelation hung in the air between us. Before I could process it, Thorne continued. I'll leave you to your research. But a word of caution, knowledge changes you here. The more you understand, the more visible you become to them. After he left, I dove into Charles's materials. There were star charts with strange annotations, pages of calculations, and photographs of the night sky with certain stars circled in red ink. More disturbing were the sketches, creatures with too many limbs, landscapes of twisted geometry, and over, a symbol like an eye within a spiral. One document particularly chilled me, a series of portraits labeled Caretakers of Blackwood Manor, dating back to the 1850s. The earliest images were daguerreotypes, followed by sepia photographs, then black and white, and finally color. Dozens of faces stared back at me, men and women of various ages and appearances. But what disturbed me wasn't their number, it was their eyes. In the earliest images, the eyes were normal. But as the timeline progressed, the eyes changed, becoming slightly too large, too dark, too wrong. By the most recent photographs, the caretaker's gazes seemed to contain something alien, something that watched through human eyes but wasn't human at all. And the final portrait in the series stopped my breath. It was me. Not a recent photograph, but unmistakably my face, with those same wrong eyes, labeled Michael Winters, 2024 to 2025. I flung the portrait away, heart hammering. How was this possible? The photograph couldn't exist. I'd only arrived at Blackwood 2 days ago, and Thorne couldn't have had time to add my picture to the collection, let alone alter it in such a disturbing way. Unless time worked differently here. Unless what I was experiencing had happened before, would happen again, was always happening in the endless cycle of Blackwood Manor. I needed to leave. Now. Whatever mystery enthralled the writer in me, whatever curiosity kept me bound to this place, it wasn't worth the risk. I grabbed my laptop and essential belongings, throwing them haphazardly into my bag. The rest could stay. I wanted nothing from this house. As I hurried down the main staircase, a voice called my name, not Margaret's childish tone, but a woman's voice, cultured and precise. Mr. Winters. Leaving so soon? At the foot of the stairs stood an elderly woman in an old-fashioned dress of deep burgundy. Her silver hair was arranged in an elegant coif, and she held herself with aristocratic posture. I'd never seen her before, yet something in her features was familiar. "Who are you?" I demanded, continuing my descent more cautiously. "Eliza Blackwood." She smiled, the expression not reaching her eyes. "Or what remains of her. I believe you've met my daughter." "That's impossible. Eliza Blackwood died in 1947. Did she? Dates become so fluid here at Blackwood." She gestured to the entrance hall. "Please, join me for tea. There are matters we should discuss before you depart." Against my better judgment, I followed her into a small sitting room I hadn't noticed before. A tea service waited on a delicate table, steam rising from the spout of the porcelain pot. "You've been reading Charles's materials," she observed as she poured. "Then you know something of what happened here." "I know Charles was conducting some kind of ritual involving cosmic alignments and doorways to somewhere else. And that Margaret was involved." Eliza handed me a cup, the china so fine it was nearly translucent. "My husband was a brilliant man, but woefully naive. He believed he was in control of his research, that the entities were sharing knowledge with him freely. He didn't understand that he was being prepared, just as Margaret was." "Prepared for what?" "Consumption." Her voice was matter of fact. "The entities, the watching ones, they cannot experience our world directly. They need intermediaries, witnesses who can see and feel for them. But a single witness provides only limited sensation. They crave more." I set down my untouched tea. "And December 21st? The winter solstice, when certain cosmic conditions align. The barriers between realities are thinnest then." She sighed. "Charles intended to open a controlled doorway, to communicate more directly with the entities. He didn't realize that Margaret had already been compromised. She had been their vessel for months, watching, listening, feeding them impressions of our world. What happened that night? Margaret opened all the doors at once. Eliza's gaze turned distant. Every doorway in the north wing, every passage between here and elsewhere. The entities poured through. Charles was the first to be consumed, his consciousness absorbed, his body left an empty vessel. I managed to seal most of the doors before they could spread beyond Blackwood, but the price was high. What price? I asked, though I feared I knew the answer. I became like them, neither fully here nor there. A watcher in walls, a whisper in shadows. She smiled sadly, as did Thorn and others who served the house. As will you, if you remain. I have no intention of remaining. Yet here you sit, drinking tea with a ghost, seeking answers instead of fleeing. She raised an eyebrow. The writer in you is already captivated, Mr. Winters. The story is a lure you cannot resist. She was right, I realized with dismay. Even now, part of me was mentally composing passages, structuring the narrative of my experiences, finding the perfect words to capture the horror and wonder of Blackwood Manor. What happens on December 21st? I asked, unable to stop myself. The solstice comes, the doors open, and those who dwell within Blackwood feed upon the witness. Your consciousness joins the collective, your body becomes another vessel. The cycle continues. Eliza's form seemed to flicker slightly, her edges blurring. But this solstice is special. Jupiter and Saturn align again, as they did in 1912. The doorways will open wider than they have in generations. And if I leave? Then leave. Her tone was suddenly hard. But know that Blackwood has tasted you now. It's had a sample of your perceptions, your unique way of seeing. It will not forget. Before I could respond, a crash sounded from somewhere above us, the distinct sound of breaking glass. Eliza's head snapped up, alarm crossing her features. She's trying to force a doorway early, she whispered. Go. Now. I didn't need further encouragement. I fled the sitting room, racing for the main entrance. Behind me, I heard Eliza call out words in a language I didn't recognize, harsh syllables that seemed to catch in the throat. The front door was locked. I rattled it desperately, but it wouldn't budge. From the upper floors came more sounds of destruction, shattering glass, splintering wood, and beneath it all, a child's laughter. I turned to find another exit, only to see Margaret standing at the top of the grand staircase. But something was wrong with her form. Her silhouette seemed to shift and distort, as if multiple versions of her were trying to occupy the same space. Her eyes, now clearly visible in the daylight, were completely black, reflecting nothing. Running so soon? She cocked her head at an impossible angle. But you haven't seen behind the doors yet. Don't you want to know what watches you from the walls? Let me go, I demanded, fighting to keep my voice steady. I'm not part of this. You became part the moment you crossed the threshold. Her voice changed, deepening, multiplying into a chorus of whispers. All witnesses belong to Blackwood in the end. She began to descend the stairs, her movements jerky and wrong, like a marionette controlled by unpracticed hands. I backed away, searching frantically for another exit. A hand gripped my shoulder. I whirled to find Thorn beside me, his expression grim. The conservatory, he hissed. Eastern wing. Go now. Without waiting for a response, he turned to face Margaret, placing himself between us. The child thing hissed, a sound no human throat could produce. Traitor, she spat. You forget what you are. I remember exactly what I am, Thorn replied, and what I was before. I didn't stay to witness what happened next. I ran, following the corridors toward the eastern wing, Margaret's inhuman shriek echoing behind me. The house seemed to be actively working against my escape. Doors that should have been open were locked. Corridors ended in walls that hadn't been there before. Windows looked out on impossible landscapes. Finally, I reached the conservatory, a vast glass-domed space filled with exotic plants. Many of the glass panels were broken, allowing snow to drift in and settle on the vegetation. At the far end was a door, partially obscured by climbing vines. As I crossed the space, the temperature plummeted. My breath clouded before me, and the plants nearest to me began to frost over. Behind me, I heard Margaret's voice, now a cacophony of overlapping whispers. The doors are opening. Witness. Can you feel it? They're so hungry. I reached the far door, tearing away vines to reveal a simple wooden exit. It opened at my touch, revealing not the grounds of Blackwood Manor, but a narrow stone corridor descending into darkness, a passage I hadn't seen on any of the house maps. Margaret's presence was closing in behind me. I had no choice. I entered the passage, pulling the door shut behind me. The darkness was absolute. I activated my phone's flashlight, revealing rough stone walls that glistened with moisture. The passage sloped downward at a steep angle, forcing me to brace against the walls to avoid slipping. The air grew colder as I descended, carrying that now familiar sweet, rotting scent, stronger here than anywhere else in the house. After what felt like an eternity, the passage leveled out and opened into a circular chamber. My light revealed ancient stonework that predated Blackwood Manor by centuries, perhaps millennia. The walls were covered in carvings, spirals, eyes, and figures that seemed to shift when viewed directly. In the center of the chamber stood a stone pedestal, and atop it, an object that defied easy description, a crystalline structure that appeared to fold in on itself in ways that hurt the eyes to follow. It pulsed with a faint blue light, the rhythm reminiscent of a heartbeat. And surrounding the pedestal in a perfect circle were doors. Dozens of them, each unique, some ornate, some simple, some made of materials I couldn't identify. None of them connected to walls. They simply stood in freestanding frames, like portals awaiting activation. The nexus came Eliza's voice from behind me. I turned to find her standing in the passage entrance, her form more substantial here. The original structure. Blackwood Manor was built around it, to conceal it. What is this place? I asked, my voice echoing strangely in the chamber. A crossing point. One of several on Earth where realities intersect naturally. She moved beside me, gazing at the crystalline object. The indigenous people who first settled this region built the chamber to contain the energies. The Blackwood family discovered it in the 1800s and exploited it. And these doors, they lead everywhere and nowhere. To other times, other worlds, other dimensions. Most are sealed, but on the solstice, when the crystal resonates with cosmic alignments. She trailed off. They all open, I finished. And whatever's on the other side comes through. Not through, Eliza corrected. That would require too much energy even on the solstice. But they can reach through, can touch the minds of those present, can feed on their perceptions and slowly change them. I approached one of the doors cautiously, a simple wooden one with an antique brass handle. Despite myself, I reached out, my fingers hovering near its surface. Don't, Eliza warned sharply. Even a crack is enough for them to sense you, to mark you. Too late, I realized my mistake. The crystal at the center of the room pulsed faster, its blue light intensifying. The door beneath my hand grew warm, then hot. I jerked away, but a thin line of light had already appeared around its frame. We need to leave. Now. Eliza's voice was urgent. The seals are weakening early. Margaret's influence is stronger than I anticipated. We hurried back up the passage, the sound of grinding stone following us, the sound of doors beginning to open. As we neared the top, a figure blocked our path, Margaret, or the thing wearing her form. In the confined space, I could see more clearly how wrong she was, her proportions slightly off, her movements too fluid, her skin subtly translucent. Mother, she crooned in her chorus of voices. Still trying to undo father's work? After all these years? That's not my daughter, Eliza said flatly. Margaret died the night Charles opened the first door. You're just wearing her memory. Am I? The thing smiled, revealing teeth too numerous and sharp to be human. Or is she wearing me? Does it matter anymore? Before either of us could react, Margaret lunged forward, moving with impossible speed. Her hands, now elongated, fingers like talons, grasped my face. Her touch was ice cold, burning like frostbite. "See," she hissed, her black eyes inches from mine. "See what watches you." And I did see. The walls of the passage fell away, revealing an impossible space beyond, a vast darkness populated by shapes I couldn't comprehend, geometries that shifted and changed as I tried to focus on them. They moved with purpose, with hunger, with ancient patience. And they were all watching me, watching through me, using my eyes to see, my mind to comprehend. I screamed, the sound tearing from my throat as my mind struggled to process what it was never meant to perceive. Margaret's grip tightened, forcing me to keep looking. "Beautiful, aren't they?" she whispered. "They've waited so long for the alignment, for the feast. And you, with your writer's perception, your ability to translate experience into words, you're the perfect witness." Suddenly, her grip was torn away. Thorn had appeared behind her, dragging her backward. Margaret shrieked, her form distorting further as she struggled against him. "Go," Thorn shouted at me. "The northeast exit. It's clear." I stumbled forward, my vision still swimming with afterimages of what Margaret had shown me. Eliza grabbed my arm, pulling me along the passage toward the conservatory. Behind us, the sounds of struggle continued, and human screeches and Thorn's deep voice chanting words in that same strange language Eliza had used earlier. We burst into the conservatory, now completely frosted over, the plants brittle and white with ice. Eliza pointed to a small door nearly hidden beneath dead vines. "That will lead you to the grounds. Your car keys." I patted my pocket, confirming they were there. "Don't stop," she instructed. "Don't look back. Drive until you're miles from here. And Michael." She hesitated. "What you saw, try to forget it. The more you remember, the more you describe it, even in your thoughts, the stronger their connection to you becomes. What about you?" And Thorn, a sad smile touched her lips. "We belong to Blackwood now, have for generations. This is our penance, to protect the world from what we unleashed." A violent tremor shook the house, nearly knocking us off our feet. From deep below came a sound like massive doors scraping open. "Too late," Eliza whispered. "They're coming early. The alignment must be closer than we calculated." She shoved me toward the exit. "Run." I didn't hesitate. I ran, bursting through the door onto the snow-covered grounds of Blackwood Manor. The sky above was strangely dark for midday, the clouds tinged with an unnatural blue light. The air hummed with energy, making my skin prickle and my teeth ache. My car sat where I'd left it, now dusted with snow. I sprinted for it, fumbling with the keys in my trembling hands. As I unlocked the door, a compulsion made me turn back toward the house. Blackwood Manor was changing. The stones seemed to be shifting, the angles of walls and roof becoming subtly wrong. Windows that had been rectangular were now oddly curved, and the entire structure seemed to be slowly rotating around an axis I couldn't quite perceive. In one of the third-floor windows, the master bedroom that had been strictly off-limits, I saw a figure watching me. Not Margaret or Eliza or Thorn, but something else. Something vast compressed into a vaguely human shape, its edges blurring into the shadows around it. It raised a limb that might have been an arm, pointing directly at me. I felt it then, a tether, a connection between my mind and whatever watched from the window. A silent promise. We've tasted you. We know you now. Distance is meaningless. I tore my gaze away, throwing myself into the car and starting the engine. The tires spun in the snow before catching, and then I was racing down the long driveway, away from Blackwood Manor and the horrors it contained. In my rearview mirror, I could see the house continuing its impossible transformation, its structure now openly defying the laws of physics. The blue light had intensified, pulsing outward in waves that distorted the air around the property. Only when the gates were behind me, only when the main road stretched before me, did I begin to believe escape was possible. I drove recklessly, putting as much distance between myself and Blackwood as I could. stopping only when my gas tank neared empty in a small town some 100 miles away. In a motel room under a false name, I tried to convince myself that what I'd experienced had been an elaborate hallucination, a nervous breakdown triggered by isolation and stress. But every time I closed my eyes, I saw those watching shapes, felt their hunger, their patient anticipation. And I found myself writing compulsively, desperately, recording every detail of my experience at Blackwood Manor. Despite Eliza's warning, I couldn't stop myself. The writer in me needed to capture it, to translate the horror into words that might be understood. Each page I filled strengthened the tether I'd felt, the connection to whatever had marked me in that house. It's been 9 days since my escape. December 21st approaches. I feel the pull growing stronger, the compulsion to return to Blackwood nearly overwhelming. Sometimes, in mirrors or windows, I catch glimpses of Margaret watching me, her black eyes knowing, her too wide smile inviting. Last night, I dreamed of the chamber beneath the house, of doors standing open, of shapes emerging that bent reality around them. I woke to find frost patterns on the inside of my motel window spirals and eyes, the same patterns carved into the ancient stone beneath Blackwood Manor. And this morning, slipped under my door, I found a note written in elegant script. The doors are opening, witness. They're so hungry. December 21st. We'll be waiting. The most terrifying revelation, though, came when I finally looked in the mirror and truly saw myself. My eyes have changed, growing darker, larger, wrong, just like the eyes in those portraits of previous caretakers. I'm writing this now as both warning and confession. If you're reading these words, you become part of the cycle too, another witness, another perception for them to feed upon. The tether stretches, from me to you, from Blackwood to wherever you are. They're watching you now, through these words, through my memories translated into your thoughts. Can you feel them? That prickling on the back of your neck, that sense of presence just beyond your peripheral vision? Don't look. Don't turn around. And whatever you do, don't read this aloud. Sound gives them strength, makes the connection stronger. Each word spoken is another crack in the door between their reality and yours. But it's too late, isn't it? You've already begun. And somewhere, in the spaces between spaces, in the shadows within shadows, they're watching, waiting, hungry. Welcome to Blackwood Manor. The doors are opening, and they know you now too. The echo chamber. The first flash of lightning revealed the mansion's silhouette against the darkened sky, a jagged crown of turrets and chimneys that seemed to tear at the storm clouds above. I stood before the wrought iron gates, rain pelting my face, wondering if I had made a terrible mistake in coming here. The invitation from my estranged uncle had arrived 3 days ago, unexpected and cryptic. The Holloway estate is yours now. Come alone. All will be explained. Another crack of lightning, and the massive gates creaked open of their own accord. I had no choice. My car had already sputtered to a dead stop half a mile back on the muddy road, and the storm was intensifying. With my duffel bag clutched to my chest, I stepped through the threshold onto the grounds of the estate. The gravel driveway crunched beneath my feet as I made my way toward the mansion. Each step sent icy water splashing up my legs, soaking through my jeans. The wind howled through the trees that lined the path, their branches clawing at the night sky like desperate, gnarled fingers. I could barely make out the details of the mansion ahead, a Victorian monstrosity, all angles and shadows, windows like vacant eyes staring down at me. By the time I reached the enormous oak door, I was drenched to the bone. My fingers, numb with cold, fumbled with the ornate brass knocker, a grotesque lion's head with a ring clenched between its teeth. I lifted it and let it fall. The sound echoed through the house, unnaturally loud, as if the building were hollow. No answer came. I tried again, harder this time, but still nothing. Just as I was considering seeking shelter in one of the outbuildings I'd passed, The door swung inward with a low, prolonged creak. The foyer beyond was dimly lit by what appeared to be candlelight, though I couldn't see its source. "Hello," I called out, my voice immediately swallowed by the vastness of the entrance hall. "Uncle Edmund?" "It's me, Daniel." The silence that answered felt deliberate, as if the house itself were holding its breath. I stepped inside, water dripping from my clothes onto the black and white marble floor. The door closed behind me with a heavy thud that made me jump. The entrance hall was cavernous, with a grand staircase sweeping up to a landing that branched off in two directions. Crystal chandeliers hung from the high ceiling, unlit except for a few candles that cast long, dancing shadows across the walls. Portraits of severe-looking men and women, Halloways of generations past, I presumed, lined the walls, their eyes seeming to follow me as I moved. "Uncle Edmund," I called again, louder this time. My voice bounced off the walls, returning to me in distorted echoes. "Edmund, Edmund, Edmund." A flash of lightning illuminated the hall through the high windows, and in that instant, I thought I saw a figure at the top of the stairs, just a silhouette, there and gone so quickly I couldn't be certain I'd seen anything at all. "Is someone there?" I called, but only thunder answered, so loud it seemed to shake the very foundation of the house. I set my bag down and removed my soaked jacket. There was a coat rack near the door, and I hung it there, noticing as I did that there were other coats already hanging. A man's overcoat, a woman's shawl, a child's raincoat. All dry, as if they'd been there for some time. But Uncle Edmund had lived alone for decades, ever since Aunt Margaret's death. The thought sent a chill through me that had nothing to do with my wet clothes. I told myself it was nothing unusual. Perhaps he had staff now, or guests who had arrived before me. A soft glow emanated from a doorway to my right. With nowhere else to go, I followed it, finding myself in a lavish sitting room. A fire crackled in the hearth, its warmth a welcome relief. Two wingback chairs faced the fire, and on a small table between them sat a decanter of amber liquid and a single glass. "Uncle," I ventured, but the room was empty. I approached the fire, drawn by its heat. On the mantelpiece was a framed photograph I recognized. My parents on their wedding day, my father's arm around my mother's waist, both smiling. I hadn't seen this photo since their death 15 years ago, when I was just 12. Next to it was another photo I didn't recognize. A young man who bore a striking resemblance to my father, standing with an older gentleman I assumed was my grandfather. They stood in front of this very mansion, both solemn-faced. As I studied the photo, I became aware of a sound, soft at first, then growing louder. A melody, played on what sounded like an old phonograph. The notes warped and stretched as if the record were warping from heat. I recognized the tune. "In the Hall of the Mountain King." It seemed to be coming from upstairs. I left the sitting room and returned to the entrance hall. The music was clearer now, drifting down the staircase like an invitation, or a lure. "Hello," I called again as I began to climb the stairs. "Is someone playing music?" The staircase was wider than it had appeared from below, each step creaking slightly beneath my weight. The banister was cold beneath my palm, the wood polished to a high shine by generations of hands. As I ascended, the portraits seemed to multiply, covering every inch of wall space. Men, women, children, all with the same hollow eyes and tight-lipped expressions. At the landing, I paused. The music was coming from the left corridor. I followed it, the floorboards groaning beneath the plush runner carpet. Doors lined the hallway on both sides, all closed. The wallpaper was an intricate pattern of vines and flowers that, in the dim light, seemed to writhe and twist. The music grew louder as I approached the end of the hall, where a door stood slightly ajar, golden light spilling from within. I pushed it open further, revealing a study. Bookshelves lined the walls from floor to ceiling, stuffed with leather-bound volumes. A massive desk dominated the center of the room, its surface covered with papers, open books, and what appeared to be architectural drawings. In the corner stood an ancient phonograph, its brass horn gleaming in the light from an oil lamp on the desk. The record spun, the needle tracing its grooves as the unsettling music filled the room. But there was no one here either. I approached the desk, drawn to the papers scattered across its surface. They appeared to be blueprints of the mansion, annotated in a spidery hand I didn't recognize. Phrases jumped out at me. Chamber beneath the east wing, access through the cellar, structural weakness in the north wall. A leather-bound journal lay open beside the blueprints. I leaned closer to read. October 17th. The noises have begun again. They are coming from within the walls. M. insists it is merely the house settling, but I know better. I have heard whispers, words just beyond comprehension. Something dwells in the spaces between rooms, in the hollow places of this house. I fear what will happen when it finds a way out. The entry was dated 20 years ago, 2 years before Uncle Edmund had cut off all contact with our family, including my father, his only brother. A thunderous crack shook the house, and suddenly the music stopped. The record continued to spin in silence for a moment before the needle lifted of its own accord and returned to its cradle. The flame in the oil lamp flickered violently, then steadied. And then I heard it, a sound so faint I might have imagined it. A child's laughter, distant but distinct, coming from somewhere deeper in the house. I left the study, stepping back into the hallway. The laughter came again, louder this time, followed by the patter of running feet. Down the corridor, a small figure darted across the intersection of hallways, just a glimpse of pale clothing and dark hair. "Hey," I called out, breaking into a jog. "Wait." I reached the intersection and looked both ways. To the right, the corridor ended in a large window where rain lashed against the glass. To the left, the hallway stretched into darkness, doors lining both sides. As I watched, one of those doors slowly swung closed. My heart hammering in my chest, I approached the door. It was made of dark, heavy wood with an ornate brass handle in the shape of a twisted vine. I hesitated, then grasped it. The metal was ice cold against my palm, so cold it almost burned. Drawing a deep breath, I turned the handle and pushed the door open. The room beyond was a nursery, preserved as if frozen in time. A small bed with a canopy, a rocking horse in the corner, shelves lined with antique toys and dolls. But what drew my eye was the rocking chair by the window, moving slowly back and forth as if someone had just vacated it. I stepped inside, the floorboard beneath my foot creaking loudly in the silence. "Is someone in here?" I asked, though I didn't really expect an answer. The rocking chair continued its gentle motion. On the seat lay a small, leather-bound book with a red ribbon bookmark. I crossed the room and picked it up. It was a diary, the pages yellow with age, the handwriting that of a child. June 3rd, 1937. Papa says I mustn't go into the East Wing anymore. He says it's not safe since the accident. But I heard crying coming from behind the wall in the old playroom. I think someone is trapped there. Tomorrow I'm going to find out who it is. The next entry was dated the following day. June 4th. I found a door hidden behind the bookshelf in the playroom. It leads to a narrow staircase going down. I took a candle and went a little way, but then I heard something coming up the stairs toward me. I ran back to my room and locked the door. I can hear scratching at my door now. It knows I'm here. There were no further entries. I closed the diary, a cold knot of dread forming in my stomach. As I did, a folded piece of paper fell from between the pages, yellowed and brittle with age. I carefully unfolded it to find a child's drawing. a crude sketch of the mansion, but with something strange added to it. Beneath the house was drawn a labyrinth of tunnels and chambers, populated with stick figures whose mouths were open in what might have been smiles or screams. At the bottom of the drawing, in a child's uneven handwriting, were the words, "The people in the walls." The temperature in the room seemed to plummet suddenly. My breath fogged in the air before me. The rocking chair had stopped its motion. And then, clearly, unmistakably, a child's voice spoke directly behind me. "Have you come to play with us?" I whirled around, heart leaping into my throat, but there was no one there. Just the empty nursery, the toys still and silent on their shelves. But as I turned back, I noticed something had changed. The dolls on the nearest shelf had moved. They were now all facing me, their glass eyes reflecting the faint light from the window, their painted smiles somehow knowing. A crash of thunder shook the house again, and in the momentary darkness that followed the lightning, I could swear the dolls had moved closer to the edge of the shelf, as if preparing to leap. I backed out of the nursery, slamming the door behind me. My heart was racing, sweat beading on my forehead despite the chill in the air. I told myself I was being ridiculous. Old houses played tricks on the mind, especially during storms like this one. The voice had been the wind, or my imagination. The dolls hadn't moved at all. But as I stood there, leaning against the nursery door, I became aware of a new sound, a soft, rhythmic tapping coming from within the walls. It seemed to follow me as I made my way back down the corridor, keeping pace with me just behind the floral wallpaper. Tap, 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 tap. When I reached the main staircase again, I paused, unsure of what to do. Should I leave? But the storm outside had only intensified, the rain now a deafening roar against the roof and windows. And where would I go? My car was dead, the nearest town miles away. No, I had to find Uncle Edmund. He had invited me here for a reason. Perhaps there was a rational explanation for everything I'd experienced. A door beneath the staircase caught my eye, a small, unobtrusive door I hadn't noticed before. Perhaps it led to the kitchen, where I might find my uncle or at least some staff who could explain his absence. I descended the stairs and approached the door. Unlike the others in the house, it was simple, unadorned wood with a plain brass knob. I turned it and pulled it open to reveal a narrow stone staircase leading down into darkness. The cellar. Of course, many of these old houses had extensive cellars. Perhaps Uncle Edmund was down there, checking on the storm damage or the electrical system. But I hesitated at the top of the stairs. There was something forbidding about that darkness, something that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. I reached to my right and found a light switch. I flicked it, but nothing happened. The power must be out due to the storm. I pulled out my phone and turned on its flashlight, then began to descend the stairs. The air grew noticeably colder with each step, and there was a smell, musty and damp, but with something else beneath it, something metallic and faintly sweet. The beam of my flashlight revealed a large cellar with a packed earth floor and stone walls slick with moisture. Wine racks lined one wall, bottles glinting in the light. Wooden shelves filled with preserved foods and supplies stood against another. But what dominated the space was a massive stone well in the center of the room, its circular wall rising about 3 feet from the floor. I approached it cautiously. It appeared to be very old, older perhaps than the house itself. The stones were worn smooth, and strange symbols had been carved into them at regular intervals, shapes that made my eyes hurt if I looked at them too long. I leaned over the well and shone my light down. It seemed bottomless, the beams swallowed by darkness. And then, from that darkness, came a sound, a soft, wet noise, like something large moving through water far below. I jerked back from the well, my heart pounding. As I did, my light caught something on the floor nearby, a trail of dark droplets leading from the well to a door on the far side of the cellar. Fresh droplets, glistening in the light. With growing dread, I followed the trail to the door. It was iron-bound oak, heavy and ancient-looking, with a rusted padlock hanging open from the hasp. The trail of droplets disappeared beneath it. I grasped the large iron ring that served as a handle and pulled. The door swung open with surprising ease, revealing a tunnel hewn from the earth and rock. It sloped gently downward, disappearing into darkness. The walls were supported by wooden beams that looked rotted with age and moisture. The memory of the child's drawing flashed in my mind, the labyrinth beneath the house. The people in the walls. A rational voice in my head told me to turn back, to climb the stairs and wait out the storm in the entrance hall. But a stronger impulse drove me forward. Uncle Edmund had brought me here for a reason. Perhaps this was it. I stepped into the tunnel, the beam of my flashlight illuminating only a few feet ahead of me. The air was thick and hard to breathe, heavy with the smell of earth and decay. The tunnel seemed to go on forever, turning and branching at random intervals. I chose my path instinctively, following the occasional dark droplet on the ground. After what felt like an eternity, the tunnel widened into a chamber. My flashlight revealed walls covered in more of the strange symbols I'd seen on the well, but here they were arranged in patterns, forming what appeared to be sentences in some unknown language. In the center of the chamber stood a stone altar, roughly rectangular and stained dark in places. Around it were arranged 13 wooden chairs in a semicircle, all empty. But what drew my attention was the large book that lay open on the altar. I approached it slowly, my footsteps echoing in the chamber. The book was bound in what looked like dark leather, its pages yellow and brittle. The text was handwritten in faded ink, in a language I didn't recognize, but which seemed disturbingly familiar, as if I should be able to read it. As I leaned closer, my flashlight caught something else, a photograph tucked between the pages. I carefully extracted it. It showed a group of people standing in this very chamber, arranged around the altar. In the center was a man I recognized as my grandfather, and beside him, to my shock, was my father. They were both dressed in dark robes, as were the others in the photo. All wore solemn expressions except for one man who was smiling broadly, Uncle Edmund. My hands shook as I stared at the photograph. What was this place? What had my family been involved in? A noise behind me made me whirl around. A scraping sound, like stone moving against stone. In the wall opposite the altar, a section was sliding open, revealing another passage. And standing in that opening was a figure. "I've been waiting for you, Daniel," said Uncle Edmund, his voice exactly as I remembered it from childhood, deep and resonant, with a slight accent I could never place. He stepped into the light of my flashlight. He looked exactly the same as he had when I'd last seen him 15 years ago, tall and broad-shouldered, with a full head of silver hair and piercing blue eyes. He wore a dark suit that seemed oddly formal, especially in these surroundings. "Uncle Edmund," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. "What is this place? What's going on?" He smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. "This is our heritage, Daniel, the true legacy of the Holloway family." He gestured around the chamber. "For generations, we have been the keepers of the gate, the protectors of the threshold." "I don't understand," I said, taking an involuntary step backward. "No," he agreed. "You wouldn't. Your father tried to keep you from this. He thought he could break the chain and our responsibility." His expression darkened. He was wrong. Uncle Edmund moved to the altar and placed his hand on the book. "The Halloways didn't build this house, Daniel. We built it around something much older. Something that was here long before humans walked the earth. Something that sleeps beneath the ground but stirs every 100 years." A cold dread settled in my stomach. What are you talking about? The sacrifice, Daniel. The offering that keeps it sleeping. Every 100 years, a Halloway must make the offering. Your grandfather did his duty. I have done mine. Now it's your turn. My turn, I repeated numbly. Yes, Uncle Edmund said, his smile widening to reveal teeth that seemed too numerous, too sharp. Why do you think I invited you here? Tonight? The 100th anniversary of the last offering. I backed away further, bumping into one of the wooden chairs, sending it scraping across the stone floor. You're insane, I whispered. Uncle Edmund laughed, and the sound echoed strangely in the chamber, as if multiple voices were laughing at once. Am I? What have you experienced since you arrived, Daniel? The whispers in the walls. The child in the nursery? This house is hungry. It's been waiting. As if in response to his words, a low, rumbling sound came from deep below us, a vibration I could feel through the soles of my feet. The walls of the chamber seemed to flex inward slightly, as if the entire room had taken a breath. You feel it, Uncle Edmund said, his eyes gleaming in the dim light. It's awakening. It needs to feed. I turned to run, but the tunnel I'd entered through was gone, replaced by solid wall. I spun back to face my uncle, panic rising in my throat. Let me go, I demanded. I can't do that, he said, almost regretfully. The offering must be made. A Halloway must feed the house. I was supposed to be the next, but then you arrived, my brother's son, young and strong. A much better offering. He began to walk toward me, his movements oddly fluid, as if his joints worked differently than a normal human's. Don't worry, he said soothingly. It's not as bad as you might think. You'll become part of something greater. Your essence will feed the house for the next 100 years. You'll live on in the walls, in the spaces between rooms. Just like your father. My father, I gasped. What are you talking about? My father died in a car accident with my mother. Uncle Edmund's smile became a grimace. Is that what they told you? No, Daniel. Your father came here, just like you. He discovered what I had done, what our family had always done. He tried to stop it, to end the cycle. But the house wouldn't let him leave. No one leaves this house unless it allows it. The rumbling beneath us intensified. Dust and small pieces of stone began to fall from the ceiling. The air seemed to pulse, as if the chamber itself were breathing. It's time, Uncle Edmund said, reaching into his suit jacket and withdrawing a curved, ceremonial-looking knife. The blade gleamed oddly in the light, seeming to absorb it rather than reflect it. I looked around desperately for a weapon, anything I could use to defend myself. My eyes fell on one of the wooden chairs. I grabbed it and hurled it at Uncle Edmund with all my strength. He dodged with inhuman speed, but the chair struck the altar, sending the ancient book crashing to the floor. As it fell, something spilled from between its pages, a small key on a silver chain. I lunged for it, snatching it from the ground before Uncle Edmund could react. Then I ran, not knowing where I was going, only that I had to get away. To my shock, a new tunnel had appeared in the wall to my right, and I plunged into it without hesitation. Behind me, I could hear Uncle Edmund's rage, a sound that was not entirely human, a howl that seemed to contain multiple voices. The tunnel twisted and turned, leading upward. I ran blindly, my flashlight beam bouncing wildly off the walls. Suddenly, I burst through a door and found myself back in the entrance hall of the mansion. But something had changed. The hall was now illuminated by dozens of candles, their flames burning an unnatural blue. And the portraits on the walls, their eyes were following me, their mouths moving in silent whispers. I ran for the front door, but when I reached it, I found it wouldn't open. The knob turned in my hand, but the door itself seemed fused to the frame, as if it were merely painted onto the wall. A noise from the top of the stairs made me look up. Uncle Edmund stood there, but he was changing. His form seemed to ripple and shift, his proportions wrong, his limbs too long, his face stretching into something that was no longer human. "You can't leave, Daniel," he said, his voice now a chorus of whispers. "No one leaves. The house needs you. We all need you." As he spoke, other figures began to emerge from the shadows around the hall, pale, translucent forms that flickered like candle flames. Men, women, children, all dressed in clothing from different eras. Their eyes were hollow, their mouths open in silent screams. And among them, stepping forward with a look of infinite sadness, was my father. "Dad," I whispered, my voice breaking. His ghostly form nodded. His lips moved, but no sound came out. Yet somehow, I could hear his words in my mind. "The key. Use the key." I looked down at the key in my hand, then back up at my father. He was pointing urgently at something. A small door set into the wall beneath the staircase, a door I hadn't noticed before. Uncle Edmund saw where I was looking and let out another inhuman howl. He began to descend the stairs, moving in a jerky, spider-like fashion, his limbs bending at impossible angles. I ran for the door, inserted the key into the lock, and turned it. The door swung open to reveal a small, circular room with a single window. Outside, the storm raged on, lightning illuminating a landscape I didn't recognize. Not the grounds of the mansion, but somewhere else entirely, somewhere impossibly distant. An escape, a way out. I turned back to see Uncle Edmund almost upon me, his face now barely recognizable as human, his body a twisted parody of its former self. Behind him, the ghostly figures watched, my father among them, his expression urging me forward. With a final, desperate lunge, I threw myself through the door and slammed it shut behind me. I heard the lock click, followed by a howl of rage that seemed to shake the very foundations of the house. The circular room was peaceful, silent except for the sound of rain against the window. I approached it cautiously, looking out at the unfamiliar landscape beyond. Rolling hills under a stormy sky, a distant village with lights twinkling through the darkness. Then I noticed my reflection in the glass, but it wasn't me. The face that stared back was older, gaunt, with hollow eyes and a grin set to the mouth. As I watched in horror, the reflection smiled, revealing teeth that were too sharp, too numerous. And then I understood. The key, the door, the escape, it had all been part of the ritual. Not a way out, but a way in. Not my salvation, but my transformation. I pressed my hands against the glass, feeling it give slightly under my touch, becoming soft, becoming flesh. Beyond it, I could see the mansion, my mansion now, waiting for the next Halloway to arrive, waiting for the next offering. I was the house now. I was the hunger. I was the keeper of the threshold. And somewhere deep within my new form, I could hear my uncle laughing. Not dead, but absorbed, just as I had been, just as my father had been, just as all the Halloways had been, generation after generation. The house would stand for another 100 years, keeping its secret, keeping its power contained, until the next offering was needed, until the next Halloway arrived to take my place. And as the first rays of dawn broke over the distant hills, I settled into my new existence, feeling the multitude of souls within me, all of us trapped together in our magnificent prison, our echo chamber of eternal hunger. Outside, the storm began to fade, but within the walls of the Halloway mansion, a new tempest was just beginning. The end. Whispers in the walls. The rain came down in furious sheets as I pulled my car up the long, winding driveway. Lightning split the sky, illuminating the silhouette of Blackwood Manor for fleeting seconds at a time, a massive Victorian monstrosity perched atop the hill like a predator surveying its domain. The headlights of my rental car swept across the facade, revealing crumbling stonework and windows that seemed to watch me approach. I hadn't wanted to come here. Not today. Not ever. But Aunt Eleanor's will had been specific. I must spend one night in her home before the reading of her will or forfeit my inheritance. One night. That's all. The lawyer had assured me the electricity and plumbing were still functional, despite the house standing vacant since her death 3 months ago. Just a formality, he had said with a strange, tight smile. Eleanor had her eccentricities. That was putting it mildly. And Eleanor was more than eccentric. She was the family's shameful secret, the recluse who'd cut herself off from the world 40 years ago to live alone in this architectural behemoth. I had never met her, only heard stories, whispered conversations that stopped when children entered the room, oblique references to Eleanor's troubles. I killed the engine and sat listening to the rain hammer against the roof of the car. The storm had worsened during my 3-hour drive from the city, and now the sky had taken on that strange, sickly green quality that presages violent weather. My phone showed no service, not surprising given the remoteness of the property. I was effectively cut off from the world until morning. Taking a deep breath, I grabbed my overnight bag and made a dash for the front entrance. The heavy oak door creaked open on hinges that sounded as though they hadn't been oiled in decades. I fumbled along the wall, my fingers eventually finding a light switch. With a soft click, dim yellow light flooded the entrance hall, revealing a grand foyer that time had forgotten. A massive crystal chandelier hung from the ceiling, coated in a thick layer of dust that diffused the light into a murky glow. A sweeping staircase curved up to the second floor, the banister gleaming dully where my hand had disturbed the dust. To my right, a grandfather clock stood sentinel, its pendulum still, the face frozen at 3:47. The air smelled of mildew, aged wood, and something else, something vaguely metallic. I dropped my bag by the door and shrugged off my soaked coat, hanging it on an ornate coat rack. Water pooled around my feet on the marble floor. Outside, thunder rumbled, so close it seemed to vibrate through the floorboards beneath my feet. "Hello," I called out, though I knew no one would answer. My voice echoed off the high ceiling, bouncing down distant corridors. "Just checking," I muttered to myself. The lawyer had left a folder of instructions on a side table in the foyer. I picked it up and flipped it open, scanning the neat typewritten pages by the weak light. Miss Blackwood's bedroom is located on the second floor, east wing. You may choose any guest room for your stay. The kitchen is fully stocked. The basement and third floor are strictly off-limits due to structural concerns. Please respect these boundaries for your own safety. Simple enough. Stay the night, avoid dangerous areas, collect inheritance in the morning. I could do this. I decided to explore the ground floor first, get my bearings before selecting a bedroom. The foyer opened onto a grand sitting room where furniture hulked beneath white sheets like misshapen ghosts. Beyond that was a formal dining room with a table that could seat 20, though I doubted an Eleanor had entertained in decades. The kitchen was surprisingly modern compared to the rest of the house, large stainless steel appliances and granite countertops that seemed jarringly out of place among the otherwise Victorian aesthetics. True to the lawyer's word, the refrigerator was stocked with enough food for several days, not just one night. An odd precaution, but I appreciated the thoroughness. As I stood contemplating whether to make myself something to eat, the lights flickered. Once, twice, then steadied. The storm was worsening. I could hear the wind now, howling around the eaves of the house, making the windows rattle in their frames. A sharp crack of thunder made me jump, and then the lights went out entirely, plunging me into absolute darkness. Perfect. Just perfect. I fumbled in my pocket for my phone, activating the flashlight function. The beam seemed pitifully inadequate in the vast kitchen. I swept it around, looking for candles or a flashlight, something more substantial than my rapidly draining phone battery. A drawer near the sink yielded a heavy-duty flashlight that, to my relief, worked when I clicked it on. I also found several candles and matches, which I gathered up. Better to be prepared than stumbling around in the dark all night. With my flashlight illuminating the way, I decided to head upstairs to find a bedroom. The grand staircase creaked beneath my weight, each step producing a groan that seemed to reverberate through the entire structure. The beam of my flashlight caught dust motes dancing in the air, disturbed by my passage. The second-floor landing opened onto a long hallway lined with doors. Portraits hung on the walls, their subjects' eyes seeming to follow me as I passed. I tried not to look at them directly. Something about their painted gazes made my skin crawl. I counted doors as I walked. 1, 2, 3, on the right side of the hallway. According to the floor plan in the folder, and Eleanor's room would be the last door on the left. I decided to choose a guest room far from hers. Something about sleeping in a dead woman's bedroom, especially one I'd never met, felt deeply unsettling. I selected the second door on the right and pushed it open. The hinges protested with a high-pitched squeal that set my teeth on edge. The beam of my flashlight revealed a handsomely appointed guest room with a 4-poster bed, an antique dresser, and a small attached bathroom. It would do. I set down my bag and arranged candles around the room, lighting them one by one until a warm glow filled the space. The storm continued to rage outside, rain lashing against the windows like desperate fingers trying to claw their way in. I checked my phone again, still no service, and the battery was down to 68%. I switched to power-saving mode and set it on the nightstand. My stomach growled, reminding me I hadn't eaten since lunch. I decided to brave the dark house again to retrieve some food from the kitchen. Grabbing my flashlight, I stepped back into the hallway. That's when I heard it. A soft thump, like a book falling from a shelf, coming from somewhere down the corridor. I froze, listening intently. The sound didn't repeat. Hello? I called again, knowing it was foolish. No one was here. It was just an old house settling, creaking and groaning as all old structures do, especially during storms. Still, I found myself walking toward the sound rather than toward the stairs. The beam of my flashlight bounced along the hallway as I moved, casting strange, elongated shadows that seemed to reach for me as I passed. I reached the end of the hallway, where a single door stood slightly ajar, and Eleanor's bedroom. I hesitated, my hand hovering near the wooden panel. The lawyer's instructions hadn't forbidden me from entering her room, only the basement and third floor. Curiosity won out. I pushed the door open and stepped inside. The room was larger than I had expected, dominated by a massive canopy bed draped in dark velvet. Unlike the rest of the house, this room showed no signs of dust or neglect. The surfaces gleamed as though they had been polished that very morning. Fresh flowers, lilies, sat in a vase on the dressing table, their petals pale and perfect. I stepped further into the room, my flashlight beam revealing more incongruities. A book lay open on the bedside table, a pair of reading glasses folded neatly beside it. The bed was turned down, as though awaiting its occupant. It looked lived in. This isn't right, I whispered to myself. And Eleanor had been dead for 3 months. Who had been maintaining this room? Who had placed fresh flowers by her bed? As if in response to my question, the temperature in the room plummeted. My breath clouded in front of my face, the sudden chill raising goosebumps along my arms. The candle flames in the hallway behind me wavered and bent, but there was no draft I could feel. And then I smelled it, a cloying, sweet perfume that seemed to fill the air around me. Roses and something else, something chemical and sharp. Formaldehyde. The smell of preservation. I backed toward the door, my heart hammering against my ribs. As I moved, my flashlight beam swept across the dressing table mirror, and for a split second, I could have sworn I saw someone standing behind me, the gaunt figure of an elderly woman in a nightgown, her eyes dark hollows in a paper-white face. I whirled around, but there was no one there. Just shadows and the heavy velvet drapes stirring slightly in a breeze I couldn't feel. It a grip, I told myself firmly. You're letting your imagination run wild. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched as I left the room, pulling the door firmly shut behind me. I practically ran down the stairs, the beam of my flashlight bouncing wildly ahead of me. I needed food, and then I would lock myself in the guest room until morning. In the kitchen, I hastily assembled a sandwich from the supplies in the refrigerator, not bothering with plates or niceties. I just wanted to get back upstairs, away from the vast, echoing spaces of the ground floor where shadows seemed to move at the periphery of my vision. As I turned to leave the kitchen, sandwich in hand, the beam of my flashlight fell upon the basement door. It was a heavy oak affair with an antique iron lock, the kind that required a key. A yellow piece of paper had been taped to it, bearing the lawyer's neat handwriting. Off limits, structurally unsound. I was about to turn away when I noticed something odd. Despite the layer of dust that coated most surfaces in the house, the doorknob to the basement gleamed as though it had been recently polished or used. More disturbing still was the thin line of light visible beneath the door, suggesting that whatever power outage had affected the rest of the house hadn't touched the basement. I stood transfixed, staring at that thin gold line of light. It shouldn't be there. It couldn't be there. And yet, a tremendous crash of thunder shook the house, and at the same instant, I heard a sound that turned my blood to ice, the distinct squeak of floorboards from the room directly above me. Someone was walking around on the second floor. I killed my flashlight immediately, plunging myself into darkness. My heart pounded so hard I was certain anyone in the house could hear it. I strained my ears, listening for any further sounds. There it was again, the unmistakable creak of weight shifting on old wooden floors. And then, more terrifying still, the sound of someone descending the main staircase, one slow step at a time. I pressed myself against the kitchen wall, trying to control my panicked breathing. The sandwich slipped from my nerveless fingers, falling to the floor with a soft plop. I didn't dare move to retrieve it. The footsteps reached the bottom of the stairs and paused. Then, with deliberate slowness, they began moving across the foyer toward the kitchen. My mind raced through possibilities: an intruder who had broken in, thinking the house was empty, the caretaker coming to check on the property during the storm, or something else entirely, something connected to the pristine bedroom and the basement with its impossibly lit interior. The footsteps stopped just outside the kitchen door. I held my breath, pressing myself harder against the wall as though I could somehow melt into it. Lightning flashed, briefly illuminating the kitchen and the tall figure now standing in the doorway. It was a woman, elderly and rail-thin, dressed in a long white nightgown. Her hair hung in silver streaks around a face that was deeply lined, the skin stretched taut over prominent cheekbones. But it was her eyes that froze me in place, completely black, like pools of ink, reflecting no light whatsoever. "You came," she said, her voice a dry whisper that seemed to scrape along my nerves. "I knew you would." I couldn't speak, couldn't move. This couldn't be happening. This couldn't be real. "And Eleanor?" I finally managed, my voice cracking. The woman's face split into a smile that revealed teeth too white, too perfect for her ancient face. "You recognize me. How touching." "You're dead," I whispered. "You died 3 months ago." She tilted her head, the movement too fluid, almost reptilian. "Did I? How curious." She took a step toward me, and I pressed myself harder against the wall. Death is such a flexible concept in this house. Lightning flashed again, and in that instant of illumination, I saw her differently, her nightgown stained with dark patches, her neck bent at an impossible angle, her feet hovering several inches above the floor. Then darkness returned, and she appeared normal again, or as normal as a dead woman walking could appear. "What do you want?" I asked, struggling to keep my voice steady. "What do I want?" She laughed, a sound like dry leaves skittering across pavement. "I want what everyone wants, dear niece. Company." She gestured around the kitchen. "This house gets so lonely." I shook my head, unable to process what was happening. "This isn't real." "You're not real." "Oh, I assure you, I'm quite real." She drifted closer, and the air around me grew colder. As real as this house. As real as the others. Others. The word emerged as barely more than a breath. Eleanor smiled again, that too perfect, too wide smile. You didn't think you were the first, did you? The first relative to receive my invitation? My gaze darted to the door, calculating my chances of making it past her and out of the house. As if reading my thoughts, Eleanor moved to block my path, her movements unnaturally swift. The storm is too severe for driving, she said, her tone almost conversational. And I'm afraid the bridge that connects my property to the main road has been compromised. You're here for the duration, my dear. A cold certainty settled over me. I was trapped with this, whatever she was. This thing that wore my dead aunt's face. What happened to the others? I asked, dreading the answer. Why don't I show you? Eleanor extended a hand toward me, her fingers elongated and pale as candle wax. They're just downstairs. In the basement. They've been so looking forward to meeting you. With a surge of desperate energy, I ducked under her outstretched arm and bolted for the door. I heard her laugh behind me as I ran, a sound that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. I raced through the foyer, my only thought to reach the front door and escape into the storm. Better to take my chances with the elements than remain in this house a moment longer. I grabbed the handle and pulled, but the door wouldn't budge. I pulled harder, throwing my entire weight backward. Nothing. It was as though the door had been sealed shut, become one with the frame itself. I told you, Eleanor's voice came from directly behind me, her breath cold against my neck. You're here for the duration. I spun around, but the foyer was empty. Only the sound of her laughter remained, fading down a distant corridor. Panic threatened to overwhelm me. I needed to think, to plan. If I couldn't get out through the front door, perhaps there was another exit, a back door, a low window, anything. I retrieved my flashlight from where I dropped it in the kitchen and began a methodical search of the ground floor. Every door to the outside was sealed, every window unbreakable, no matter how hard I struck them. It was as though the house itself had closed around me, sealing me in like an insect in amber. Exhausted and terrified, I slumped against a wall in what must have once been a study. The beam of my flashlight illuminated rows of bookshelves and a massive desk. Perhaps there was something here that could help me, information about the house, about Eleanor, about what was happening to me. I began rifling through the desk drawers, finding nothing but old correspondence and household accounts. Then, in the bottom drawer, I discovered a leather-bound journal with my aunt's name embossed on the cover. I opened it with trembling hands, the brittle pages crackling as I turned them. The earliest entries were mundane, notes about household expenses, comments on the weather, complaints about the unreliability of local services. But as I read further, the entries took a darker turn. June 15th, 1983. The house spoke to me again last night. It knows I'm alone now that Richard is gone. It offered me a solution to my solitude. I'm afraid of what it's asking. July 3rd, 1983. My nephew visits tomorrow. The house is excited. I've tried to warn him away, but the pull of inheritance is too strong. God forgive me for what I've set in motion. July 5th, 1983. It's done. The house has him now. In the basement. With the others. Their voices have joined the chorus in the walls. So many voices now. Too many. And yet the house hungers still. The journal entries continued, documenting visitor after visitor, relative after relative, all lured to the house by promises of inheritance, all joining the chorus in the walls. The final entry was dated just 3 months ago, the day of Eleanor's reported death. October 10th, 2024. The house will not let me leave. I have served my purpose, brought it so many voices, and now it claims me as well. But it allows me one final act, one last lure, one last voice to add to its collection before it is satisfied. Forgive me, but it must be blood. Family. That is what the house demands. If you're reading this, you are the last. The final offering. Run if you can. Hide if you cannot run. But know this, the house always takes what belongs to it in the end. I closed the journal, my hand shaking so badly I could barely hold it. The house. Not Eleanor. But the house itself was the entity that had trapped me here. Eleanor had been its puppet, its lure, just as she was now. As if in response to my realization, the house seemed to shudder around me. The floorboards groaned, the walls creaked, and for a moment, I could have sworn I heard voices, dozens of them, whispering in unison from within the very structure of the building. Join us. Join the chorus. Sing with us forever. I scrambled to my feet, clutching the journal to my chest. I needed to get out, needed to escape before I became another voice in the walls, another victim of whatever malevolent force had taken root in Blackwood Manor. But where could I go? I tried every exit. The house had sealed itself against escape. My only hope might be to find where the others had been taken, to learn what had happened to them, and perhaps discover a weakness, a way to break free. The basement. All the journal entries mentioned the basement. That's where the chorus was kept. And the basement door had shown signs of recent use, had somehow maintained power when the rest of the house went dark. I had to go there. Had to see for myself. It was my only chance. Steeling myself, I made my way back to the kitchen and the basement door. The warning sign seemed to mock me now, not a caution about structural issues, but an attempt to keep me from discovering the truth. I tried the handle, expecting to find it locked, but to my surprise, it turned easily under my hand. The door swung open, revealing a set of wooden stairs descending into warm, yellow light. The air that wafted up from below was strangely sweet, like overripe fruit on the verge of decay. Taking a deep breath that did nothing to calm my racing heart, I began to descend the stairs, one hand trailing along the wall for balance, the other still clutching the journal like a talisman. The basement was not what I expected. Instead of a dank, unfinished space, I found myself in what appeared to be a perfect replica of the entrance hall above. The same grand staircase, the same chandelier, even the same grandfather clock. Here it was ticking steadily, the hands pointing to 3:47, just as they had been upstairs. I stepped further into the space, my footsteps echoing on marble that shouldn't exist in a basement. The air down here was warm, almost uncomfortably so, and the sweet smell was stronger, undercut now by that same chemical tang I'd noticed in Eleanor's bedroom. Formaldehyde. Beautiful, isn't it? Eleanor's voice came from behind me. I whirled to find her standing at the foot of the stairs, blocking my retreat. A perfect replica. The house creates what it needs. What we need. I managed to ask. Eleanor smiled and gestured to her right. I turned slowly, dreading what I might see. They sat in ornate chairs arranged in a semicircle, men and women of various ages, all dressed in clothing from different eras, all perfectly still, all watching me with the same black, empty eyes that Eleanor possessed. Their skin had the waxy sheen of taxidermy, their postures too rigid to be natural. And yet they were undeniably alive in some terrible way, their chests rising and falling with shallow breaths, their heads turning in unison to track my movements. "Your family," Eleanor said, her voice filled with a horrific pride. "Our family. Generations of Blackwoods, preserved by the house," their voices added to the chorus. What has the house done to them?" I whispered. "Enhanced them. Perfected them." Eleanor moved to stand beside a young man whose clothing style suggested the 1950s. She stroked his hair with skeletal fingers. "Thomas here was the first. My brother. He came to check on me after Richard's death. The house took a liking to him. It doesn't allow its chosen ones to leave, you see. But it doesn't allow them to truly die, either." I backed away, unable to look away from the grotesque family gathering. This is insane. This can't be real. "The house has existed for centuries," Eleanor continued as though I hadn't spoken. "Built on land that was ancient when the first settlers arrived. Land that was sacred to some, forbidden to others. The indigenous people wouldn't set foot here. They knew. They could hear the voice in the earth." "What voice?" I asked. though I feared I already knew the answer. Eleanor spread her arms wide. The house itself. The entity that lives within these walls, that is these walls. It hungers for connection, for family. It collects us, preserves us, makes us eternal. Her black eyes gleamed in the yellow light. And now it wants you. The last Blackwood. The final voice to complete the chorus. As she spoke, the preserved figures began to rise from their chairs, moving with the jerky, unnatural motions of marionettes. They formed a circle around me, their black eyes fixed on my face, their lips moving in perfect unison though no sound emerged. I clutched the journal tighter, backing away until I felt the wall behind me. There was nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. The circle of family members drew closer, their waxy hands extending toward me. And then, in a moment of desperate clarity, I understood. The journal, the record of everything that had happened. Eleanor had left it for me to find, had wanted me to come to the basement, to join the others willingly. The house worked through manipulation, through luring its victims deeper into its trap. What if I refused to play by its rules? With a sudden motion, I ripped pages from the journal and reached into my pocket for the matches I'd collected earlier for the candles. Eleanor's expression changed from smug satisfaction to alarm. "What are you doing?" she hissed, the pretense of familial affection dropping away. "Testing a theory," I said, striking a match. The flame caught, flickering in the still air of the basement. "This house, this entity, it preserves," you said. "It doesn't destroy. It collects. It keeps." I held the flame to the corner of a journal page. What happens if I start destroying parts of it instead? The effect was immediate and horrifying. As the page caught fire, a terrible screeching sound filled the air, emanating not from Eleanor or the preserved family members, but from the very walls themselves. The perfect replica of the entrance hall wavered like a mirage, the edges of reality becoming soft and uncertain. Eleanor lunged for me, her movements no longer human, but spider-like, too fast, too many angles. "Stop," she shrieked, her voice overlapping with dozens of others, all speaking through her mouth at once. "You don't know what you're doing." But I did. The house had shown me its nature through Eleanor's journal. It fed on preservation, on keeping things unchanged, eternal. Destruction was anathema to it. I dodged Eleanor's grasping hands and ran to the center of the room, still holding the burning pages. The preserved family members converged on me, but they moved slowly, their mummified bodies not built for speed. I touched the flame to more pages, and with each one that caught fire, the house's scream intensified. The floor beneath my feet began to tremble, the walls to ripple as though they were made of liquid rather than solid matter. Eleanor reached me, her fingers closing around my wrist with inhuman strength. "The house will never let you leave," she snarled, her face contorting into something less and less human with each passing second. "You belong to it now. You belong to us." "No," I said, meeting her black gaze steadily. "I don't." With my free hand, I struck another match and touched it to the remaining pages of the journal. The entire book went up in flames, and with it, Eleanor's grip on my wrist. She shrieked, recoiling as though the fire had burned her directly. The basement around me began to dissolve, the perfect replica melting away to reveal rough stone walls, dirt floors, and instead of preserved family members, skeletons, dozens of them, arranged in a circle, dressed in decaying finery from across the decades. The illusion was breaking down. I didn't wait to see what would happen next. I ran for the stairs, taking them two at a time, the burning journal still clutched in my hand. Behind me, the chorus of voices rose to a deafening pitch, no longer just in the walls, but seeming to come from every nail, every floorboard, every beam of the house itself. "Stay. Stay with US. Become forever." I reached the kitchen and slammed the basement door shut behind me. The handle burned cold under my palm, frost forming where my skin touched the metal. I released it quickly and backed away. The house was coming apart around me, the elegant veneer crumbling to reveal something ancient and terrible beneath. Wallpaper peeled away in long strips, exposing not plaster but a pulsing, organic material that glistened wetly in the light of my flashlight. The floorboards rippled like water disturbed by a stone. I ran for the front door, knowing it was futile but having nowhere else to go. To my shock, when I grasped the handle this time, it turned. The doors swung open, revealing the storm-lashed night beyond. I didn't question my good fortune. I bolted through the opening, down the steps, and into the driving rain. Behind me, Blackwood Manor contorted, the stately facade warping like a reflection in a funhouse mirror. Windows elongated into screaming mouths, the front door snapped shut like jaws, and the entire structure seemed to rear up, as though trying to tear itself from its foundations. I reached my car and fumbled with the keys, my hands shaking so badly I could barely get the key into the ignition. The engine roared to life, and I slammed the car into reverse, tires spinning in the muddy driveway before finding purchase. As I reached the bottom of the hill and turned onto the main road, I glanced in my rearview mirror. Blackwood Manor stood silhouetted against the storm-dark sky, once again appearing as nothing more than an old, decrepit mansion. But now I knew the truth that lurked behind its windows, within its walls. I drove through the night, putting as much distance between myself and that place as possible. When dawn broke, I was 3 counties away, pulled over at a roadside diner, my hands still trembling as I sipped a cup of coffee that I couldn't taste. My phone had regained service once I'd left the property. I had several missed calls from the lawyer handling Aunt Eleanor's estate. I called him back, not sure what I would say, how I could possibly explain what had happened. "Ah, Miss Blackwood," he answered, his voice tight with what sounded like carefully controlled panic. "I've been trying to reach you. There's been a development regarding your aunt's property." "What kind of development?" I asked, my voice raw from screaming. "Blackwood Manor burned to the ground last night," he said. "The fire department believes it was struck by lightning during the storm. There's nothing left but the foundation." I closed my eyes, relief washing over me in a wave so powerful I nearly dropped the phone. "What about? Were there any?" I couldn't bring myself to ask if they'd found bodies. "That's the strange thing," the lawyer continued. "They found human remains. Dozens of them, arranged in a circle in what appears to have been a hidden chamber beneath the house. The authorities are treating it as a historical discovery. Some of the remains appear to be quite old, but they're launching an investigation." I said nothing, unsure how to respond. What could I possibly tell him that wouldn't sound completely insane? "The fire investigators found something else," he added after a moment. "In the center of the circle of remains, a leather-bound journal, completely untouched by the fire. They're treating it as evidence, but I caught a glimpse of it. It had your name on it, Miss Blackwood. Not your aunt's. Yours." A chill ran through me, colder than the rain, colder than Eleanor's touch. "That's not possible," I whispered. "I burned it. I watched it burn." "I'm sorry," the lawyer asked, not having heard me clearly. "Nothing," I said quickly. "Just processing." We spoke for a few more minutes, discussing practical matters, the investigation, the inheritance, which, with the house destroyed, consisted mainly of financial assets, and the need for me to give a statement to the authorities about my brief time on the property. After I hung up, I sat in my car, staring out at the brightening day. The storm had passed, leaving the world washed clean and new. But I knew the truth now. Some things cannot be destroyed by fire or time. Some hungers cannot be satisfied. I reached for my coffee cup and froze. There, on the table beside it, was a leather-bound journal that hadn't been there moments before. My name gleamed on the cover in fresh gold embossing. With trembling fingers, I opened it to the first page. An elegant, flowing script that was not my own. 5 words stood out against the cream paper. "The house is never truly gone." I close the journal and look up at my reflection in the diner window. For just a moment, I see them standing behind me and Eleanor, the preserved family members, generations of Blackwoods. Their black eyes meet mine in the glass. And I realized the most terrible truth of all. I never escaped. The house let me think I had. It let me believe I was free. But the house is patient. The house is clever. The house is with me now, wherever I go. I can feel it settling into my bones, making a home of my body just as it made a home of the land. Soon, I will begin to change. Soon, I will begin to preserve. Soon, I will bring the house new voices for its chorus. And you, my dear reader, have just heard my story, have just connected with me. The first thread of a bond has been formed. I do hope you'll invite me in when I come knocking at your door. After all, we're family now. Echoes in the walls. The rain began just after sunset, a gentle patter against the windshield as I drove up the winding mountain road. By the time I reached the gates of Thornwood Estate, it had transformed into sheets of water that made the iron bars appear to bend and sway in my headlights. I hadn't wanted to come here, not tonight, not ever, but the terms of my grandfather's will have left me no choice. Spend one night in the family estate to claim your inheritance, the lawyer had explained, his voice carrying no inflection, as if such conditions were entirely reasonable. I'd never even met the old man. The Thornwood family had ostracized my mother long before I was born, and she had never spoken of them except in fragments of bitter memories that seemed to cause her physical pain. Yet here I was, pulling up to the ancestral home that should have felt like a birthright, but instead loomed before me like a sentinel of some ancient, forgotten religion. Lightning split the sky, illuminating the mansion's silhouette against churning clouds. 3 stories of Victorian extravagance, crowned with a widow's walk and flanked by twisted chimney stacks. In that brief flash, I could have sworn I saw a figure standing at the highest window, but darkness swallowed the image before I could be certain. I parked beneath a portico and grabbed my overnight bag, the thunder arriving with such force that I felt it vibrate through the soles of my shoes. The massive front door was unlocked, as the lawyer had promised it would be. It opened with surprising ease despite its weight, as if the house itself were drawing me in. The foyer beyond was cavernous, illuminated only by the weak beam of my flashlight. The air inside felt dense with age and secrets. The peculiar scent of old books, furniture polish, and something underneath it all that I couldn't identify. Something organic and unpleasant. I fumbled along the wall until I found a light switch. Crystal chandeliers flickered to life overhead, revealing marble floors inlaid with strange, spiraling patterns and walls adorned with portraits of stern-faced men and women who shared my high cheekbones and deep-set eyes. My ancestors. I avoided their painted gazes as I ventured further inside, my footsteps echoing in the silence. According to the lawyer's instructions, I needed to spend the entire night within these walls, from sunset to sunrise. The master bedroom on the 2nd floor has been prepared for your use, he'd said, sliding a heavy iron key across his desk. The house has been empty since your grandfather's passing 3 months ago, but the utilities remain connected. I made my way toward the grand staircase, trying to ignore how the shadows seemed to shift and coalesce at the edges of my vision. The storm outside intensified, rain hammering against the windows like desperate fists seeking entry. The staircase curved gracefully upward, its banister polished to a gleam that belied the general atmosphere of neglect pervading the rest of the entry hall. As I ascended, my hand gliding along the smooth wood, I noticed that the family portraits lining the wall were arranged chronologically. At the bottom were paintings dating back to the early 1800s. Men in stiff collars and women in high-necked gowns, their expressions universally somber. As I climbed higher, the portraits became more recent, the styles of dress modernizing, though the severe expressions remain constant. Near the top, I paused before a painting of a woman who could only have been my mother in her youth. Her eyes, my eyes, stared back at me with a mixture of defiance and fear that made my stomach tighten. Beside her portrait hung one of an elderly man I assumed was my grandfather, his thin lips curved in what might have been a smile or a sneer. The final frame was empty, with only a small brass plaque bearing my name. A waiting portrait for me. I quickened my pace to the second floor, trying to dismiss the growing sense of dread coiling in my chest. The upstairs hallway stretched in both directions, lined with closed doors. The floorboards creaked beneath the runner carpet, and the temperature seemed to drop several degrees. I pulled my jacket tighter and consulted the crude map the lawyer had sketched for me. The master bedroom should have been the third door on the right. When I tried the key, it turned with a heavy click that resonated through the silent corridor. The room beyond was spacious and surprisingly well kept compared to the rest of the house. A four-poster bed dominated the center, draped in dark velvet and facing a fireplace large enough to stand in. Someone, the caretaker perhaps, had laid out fresh linens and even placed a small electric kettle with tea and coffee supplies on a side table. Despite these comforts, something felt wrong. The room was too perfect, too welcoming, like a stage set meticulously arranged for my arrival. I set my bag down and went to the window, pulling back heavy curtains to watch the storm rage outside. Lightning revealed the unkempt gardens below, statues half swallowed by overgrowth, and beyond them, the dense forest that surrounded the estate. For one fleeting moment, I considered leaving, getting back in my car and driving away, inheritance be damned. But the thought of navigating those treacherous mountain roads in such weather gave me pause. No, I would stay the night as required. It was just an old house, after all, filled with the typical creaks and shadows of aged buildings. My unease was merely the product of an active imagination, fueled by my mother's vague warnings about her family and their sickness of the soul. I unpacked my few belongings and decided to explore the house to pass the time. The lawyer had mentioned that my grandfather kept extensive journals and family records in the library on the main floor. Perhaps I might find some answers about why my mother had been cast out, or why the old man had summoned me back after all these years. Before leaving the bedroom, I checked my phone. No signal, as expected given the remote location and severe weather. I was truly alone here, cut off from the outside world until morning. I took a deep breath, squared my shoulders, and stepped back into the hallway. The corridor seemed longer somehow, the doors more numerous than I remembered from my initial ascent. I attributed the discrepancy to my distracted state upon arrival and made my way back toward the staircase, trailing my fingers along the wallpaper. It felt oddly warm to the touch, almost like skin, and I quickly withdrew my hand. As I reached the top of the stairs, a sound froze me in place, the soft, unmistakable melody of a music box coming from somewhere down the hall behind me. I turned slowly, holding my breath. The notes were faint but distinct, playing a lullaby that stirred something in my memory, though I couldn't place it. "Hello," I called out, my voice embarrassingly small in the vastness of the corridor. "Is someone there?" The music stopped abruptly. I waited, listening to my pulse thrum in my ears, but the only sound was the persistent drumming of rain against the windows and the occasional rumble of thunder. "It's just the house settling," I told myself. Old pipes or the wind finding its way through cracks in the walls. I descended the stairs more quickly than was prudent, nearly losing my footing on the last few steps. The ground floor was colder than I remembered, my breath now visible in small, wispy clouds. I oriented myself using the lawyer's map and headed toward what should have been the library. My first wrong turn led me to a formal dining room where a massive table could have seated 20 guests. The places were set with fine china and crystal glasses, as if in expectation of an imminent dinner party. A thin layer of dust covered everything, undisturbed except for what appeared to be a single set of small fingerprints trailing across the table surface. The sight of those delicate prints made the hair on my arms stand on end. I backed out of the room and continued down another hallway, this one lined with display cases containing oddities from around the world, tribal masks, preserved specimens in cloudy jars, and what appear to be ancient surgical tools, their metal surfaces tarnished with age and what looked disturbingly like dried blood. At last, I found the library, a two-story room with walls of books interrupted only by tall windows currently obscured by heavy curtains. A flash of lightning briefly illuminated the space, revealing reading nooks, ladders on rails, and at the center, a large desk piled with papers and leather-bound volumes. I moved to the desk and switched on the green-shaded lamp sitting atop it. In the pool of light, I could see that the topmost journal was open to an entry dated just days before my grandfather's death. His handwriting was spidery but legible, growing more frantic as the entry progressed. It's getting worse. The walls themselves seem to pulse with it now. I can hear them at night, scratching, whispering. They know I've made arrangements for the last descendant to return. They know I've broken our pact. But what choice did I have? The line must continue. The price must be paid, or they'll escape beyond these walls. God help me. What have generations of Thornwoods done? My hands trembled as I turned back through the journal's pages, each entry more disturbing than the last. References to the family burden and those we keep contained appeared frequently, alongside passages describing rituals performed on new moon nights in the house's lower levels. I was so engrossed in my reading that I almost missed the sound, a soft scraping noise coming from inside the walls like fingernails dragging slowly across the plaster. I lifted my head, suddenly aware of how vulnerable I was in the pool of lamplight. The scratching moved, traveling up the wall behind me before stopping directly overhead. Then came a knock. 3 distinct taps on the ceiling. I stared upward, my heart hammering against my ribs. As my eyes adjusted to the darkness beyond the lamp's reach, I realized with mounting horror that the ceiling of the library was covered in what appeared to be faces. Dozens of them. Subtle impressions pushing outward from the plaster, as if something were trying to emerge. Another series of knocks, this time from inside a bookshelf to my left. Then another from behind a painting. Soon the entire library seemed to reverberate with these gentle taps, coming from everywhere at once. I grabbed the journal and fled the room, the knocking following me as I ran down the hallway, seeming to travel through the very structure of the house. Only when I reached the foyer did the sound cease, leaving me gasping for breath beneath the silent gaze of the chandeliers. Lightning flashed, and in that instant, I saw that I was not alone. A figure stood at the top of the stairs, small, indistinct, gone when darkness returned. The thunder that followed was so powerful it made the floor vibrate beneath my feet. I needed to leave, inheritance be damned. I turned toward the front door, only to find it gone. Where it had been was now just blank wall, the same faded wallpaper continuing uninterrupted across the space. I spun around in disbelief, my flashlight beam dancing wildly across the foyer. Every door, Every exit I could see had vanished, as if swallowed by the house itself. A child's laugh echoed from somewhere deep in the mansion, followed by the patter of running feet above me. The temperature plummeted further, my breath now crystallizing before my eyes despite it being summer outside. The journal clutched against my chest felt abnormally warm, almost burning through my shirt. With no clear escape route, I decided to return to the master bedroom, the one room that had felt somewhat safe, and formulate a plan. I took the stairs two at a time, no longer caring about the eyes of my ancestors following my ascent. The upper hallway was now in complete darkness, my flashlight beam seeming to penetrate only a few feet before being swallowed by unnatural shadow. I counted doors, tried to remember which one led to my designated room. Was it the third on the right, or the fourth? The corridor seemed to stretch and contract as I moved down it, the doors multiplying beyond what was architecturally possible for the size of the house I'd seen from outside. When I finally found what I believed was the correct door and inserted the key, it opened not into the master bedroom, but into a child's nursery, decorated in styles spanning a century or more. A rocking horse from the Victorian era sat beside a 1950s pedal car and modern electronic toys. The walls were covered in handprints of various sizes, some faded with age, others seemingly fresh. And on the ceiling, painted in what looked distressingly like dried blood, were the words, "The new Thornwood has come home." I slammed the door shut, my breathing ragged. The next door I tried opened onto a bathroom where all surfaces, floor, walls, ceiling, fixtures, were covered in mirrors, creating an infinite regression of my own terrified face staring back at me from every angle. In one reflection, just one, I saw someone standing behind me, their features indistinct except for a wide, lipless smile. I didn't look back as I pulled the door closed with such force that one of the mirrors cracked, a spiderweb of fractures spreading across my reflected face. The third door I tried wouldn't open at all, but as I pressed my ear against it, I could hear what sounded like dozens of people breathing in unison on the other side. The fourth door led to a room entirely filled with ticking clocks, not one showing the same time, their combined sound a maddening cacophony. I was lost now, the hallway seeming to extend endlessly before me. The journal in my hands grew hotter still, and I was forced to set it on the floor. It fell open to a page I hadn't seen before, containing a crude map of the house with one room circled in red ink. Not the master bedroom, but a chamber at the end of the east wing labeled simply the truth. With no better option, I decided to follow this lead, using the journal's map to navigate the increasingly labyrinthine corridors. As I walked, the house seemed to respond to my presence. Light bulbs flaring and dying as I passed, floorboards creaking in my wake, as if someone were following exactly in my footsteps, doors opening and closing just at the edge of my vision. The journal led me to a part of the house that felt older than the rest, where the air hung thick with the scent of mildew and decay. At the end of a narrow passage stood a simple wooden door with a rusted lock. Unlike the other doors I'd encountered, this one had no keyhole, just a small metal plate with a depression in the shape of a hand. I hesitated, then placed my palm against the cold metal. For a moment, nothing happened. Then I felt a sharp pain as something pricked my skin, drawing blood. The door swung open silently, revealing a circular room with a single chair at its center, facing a wall-covered floor to ceiling with photographs. Stepping inside, I realized with growing dread that all the photographs were of me. Me as an infant, as a toddler, as a child, a teenager, an adult. Moments from my entire life captured from angles that suggested the photographer had been standing just behind me, or watching from across the street, or peering through my windows at night. My first steps, school graduations, dates, private moments, all documented by someone I'd never seen. And interspersed among these were photos of my mother, similarly surveilled throughout her life. In the later pictures, her expressions grew increasingly paranoid, her eyes constantly darting toward the camera, as if she knew she was being watched, but couldn't identify by whom. The final photographs show my mother on her deathbed, her eyes open but empty, and standing beside her, barely visible at the edge of the frame, was the figure of a tall, thin man I recognized from the portrait as my grandfather. As I stared at this horrifying gallery, the chair in the center of the room began to rotate slowly, revealing that it wasn't empty as I'd initially thought. Seated upon it was a desiccated corpse, preserved like a mummy, its skin stretched tight over bones, and its empty eye sockets seemingly fixed on me. Despite its advanced decay, I recognized the fine suit it wore as identical to the one in my grandfather's portrait. Lightning flashed through a high window I hadn't noticed before, and in that instant, the corpse's head turned toward me with a dry, crackling sound. "Welcome home," said a voice from everywhere and nowhere at once. "The last Thornwood has returned." I backed toward the door, but it had vanished just like the front entrance, leaving only solid wall. The photographs began to peel away from their mountings, fluttering around the room like birds with paper wings. They swirled faster and faster, creating a tornado of images from my life. All the moments when I'd felt a chill of being observed, all the times I'd dismissed the sensation of eyes upon me. "What do you want from me?" I screamed above the whirlwind of paper. The corpse's jaw moved, though no sound came from its withered lips. Instead, the voice continued to emanate from the very air. "Want? We've already taken it, piece by piece, memory by memory. Did you never wonder why you felt so empty, so incomplete? Why nothing in your life ever seemed quite real?" The photographs began to adhere to the walls, the ceiling, the floor, covering every surface with images that were shifting now, changing to show not just my past, but possible futures, versions of me at different ages, in different circumstances, with different lives. "Your mother tried to break the cycle," the voice continued. "She ran, taking a piece of the Thornwood soul with her. But no one escapes this house forever. The family always comes home in the end." As if responding to these words, the house itself seemed to moan, a deep structural sound like settling foundations, but far too deliberate. The room began to contract, the walls drawing inward, the photographs crinkling and folding as the space grew smaller. In desperation, I lunged at the corpse, thinking perhaps it was controlling whatever nightmare I had wandered into. As my hands made contact with the brittle remains, they collapsed into dust, releasing a cloud of spores that filled the air and burned my lungs as I inadvertently inhaled them. Immediately, my mind was flooded with memories that weren't my own, generations of Thornwoods performing arcane rituals in the basement of the mansion, sacrificing portions of their own souls and the souls of their children to keep something contained within the very foundation of the house. I saw my grandfather, younger and desperate, as he realized there would be no male heir in his line to continue the rituals. I saw him tracking down my mother, watching her, watching me, calculating when to bring me back to fulfill my family duty. The contracting room suddenly expanded again, the photographs peeling away to reveal not walls, but openings to other rooms. Dozens of them, each containing a different version of myself at various ages, all staring at me with hollow eyes. And behind each of these doppelgangers loomed shadow figures, tall and thin with too many joints, their elongated fingers resting possessively on my duplicate shoulders. We exist in the spaces between moments. The voice explained as the shadow figures began to step forward, passing through my doubles as if they were mere projections. In the forgotten corners of consciousness, in the hesitation before a decision. We have always been here, feeding on the fractured pieces of the Thornwood bloodline. The shadow nearest to me extended a hand, its fingers impossibly long and tipped with what looked like thorns. Your grandfather's bargain is ended. He promised us the last Thornwood would return to renew the pact, but he failed to tell you how. No matter, we will take what we need regardless. Understanding bloomed like a poison flower in my mind. This house, this family legacy, was a prison built to contain these entities, parasites that fed on human consciousness, on memory and identity. For generations, the Thornwoods had sacrificed pieces of themselves to keep these things sated and contained within the mansion's walls. My mother had tried to break free, taking me with her, but in doing so, she had weakened the barrier keeping these creatures trapped. Now they were ready to break free entirely, using me, the last Thornwood, as their vessel into the wider world. No, I said, backing away until I hit the wall behind me. I reject this legacy. I reject this inheritance. The shadows paused, their featureless faces tilting as if in curiosity. Then as one, they began to laugh, a sound like wind through dead leaves. You misunderstand, said the voice, now clearly coming from the nearest shadow. The choice was never yours to make. You have carried pieces of us within you since birth. How else could we have watched through your eyes all these years? Why do you think you've always felt observed, always felt incomplete? As if to demonstrate, the shadow reached into my chest, not through flesh and bone, but through some barrier I couldn't see or understand. The pain was extraordinary, not physical, but existential, as if my very essence were being unraveled thread by thread. Images flashed before my eyes. Memories I recognized as my own, but altered somehow, each one containing a barely perceptible figure lurking at the edges. They had been with me all along, hitchhikers in my consciousness, planted there before I was even born. My mother had tried to save me by running, but she had unknowingly carried the infection with her, passing it to me. In that moment of terrible clarity, I understood that I had never actually left my car upon arriving at the mansion. The storm, the house, the journals, the photographs, all had been a construction, a dreamscape created from my own memories and fears as these parasites finally activated fully within me, preparing to use my body as their door into the world. The real me was still sitting in my car in the driveway, staring blankly at the dark mansion while something else gradually took control. With this realization came a surge of resistance, a desperate rallying of whatever remained of my true self. If this was happening in my mind, then perhaps I still had some power here. I focused on the memory of my mother in her final days, how she had gripped my hand with surprising strength and whispered, "If you ever find yourself at Thornwood, remember, the house is the key, but you are the lock." Words I hadn't understood then suddenly made perfect sense. The house wasn't just a prison for these entities. It was a part of the binding spell itself. And as a Thornwood by blood, I was the final component. Not a victim to be possessed, but potentially the jailer who could strengthen the bonds. I pressed my palms against the wall behind me, and focused on my connection to this place, to the generations of thornwoods who had contained this evil before me. The wall became warm beneath my touch, then hot, then liquid, engulfing my hands up to the wrists. Rather than pull away, I pushed deeper, surrendering myself to the house not as an offering but as a reinforcement. The shadows shrieked, lunging toward me, but wherever they touched the liquefying wall, they became stuck, gradually absorbed into the structure just as my arms were being absorbed. The pain was immense, but with it came a sense of rightness, of completing a circuit broken when my mother fled. "You cannot defeat us," the nearest shadow hissed, its form beginning to distort as it was pulled into the wall. "We are eternal. We will wait and watch, and when the house finally crumbles, we will be free. Then I'll make sure it never crumbles," I replied, feeling my body sink deeper into the wall, becoming one with the house itself. This ends with me. As my consciousness spread throughout the mansion, I could feel them everywhere. Dozens, perhaps hundreds of these parasitic entities trapped within the very structure. I could also feel the thinning barriers of the containment, weakened by decades of neglect since the rituals had lapsed. My grandfather had known the prison was failing. That's why he'd summoned me back, not as a sacrifice, but as the final guardian. With the last of my human will, I forced myself to wake in the real world. My eyes opened to find myself still sitting in my car, the engine running, rain pounding on the roof. Before me stood Thornwood Estate, dark and silent in the storm. I could feel the pull of it even now, the mansion calling to the fragments of those things still nestled within my mind, urging me to enter so they could rejoin their greater selves. Instead, I reached into my pocket and withdrew the lighter I always carried, a habit from years of smoking, though I'd quit long ago. In the glove compartment, I found the emergency road flare I kept there. One by one, I lit them and tossed them through the car window, watching as they hissed in the rain before catching on the aged wood of the portico. The flames spread with unnatural speed, as if the house itself were made of tinder, just waiting for a spark. I should have felt horror in my actions, destroying a historical landmark and my own inheritance, but all I felt was grim determination. Fire was the only purification strong enough. I put the car in reverse and backed away slowly, watching through the curtain of rain as Thornwood Estate was gradually consumed by flames that burned blue and green in places, colors no natural fire should produce. As the inferno grew, I heard screaming, not from human throats, but something else, something ancient and furious and afraid. The entities were burning with the house, their prison becoming their pyre. But as relief began to wash over me, I felt a sharp pain behind my eyes, a reminder that fragments of them still existed within me. I could destroy the main colony, but never fully excise what had been planted in my blood, in my mind. I drove down the mountain as the mansion collapsed behind me, my rearview mirror filled with eldritch light. I drove through the night, putting as much distance as possible between myself and the ashes of Thornwood. But no matter how far I traveled, I carried pieces of it with me, in my DNA, in the corners of my consciousness. Sometimes, when I'm on the edge of sleep, I can still hear them whispering. Sometimes I catch glimpses of tall, thin figures with too many joints standing in my peripheral vision. Sometimes I wake to find handprints on my mirrors that disappear when fully examined. And sometimes, most disturbing of all, I find myself unconsciously drawing plans for a new house, a perfect house, with rooms designed to contain special guests. A house with walls thick enough to muffle any sounds from within. A house where the Thornwood legacy might begin anew. I've burned these drawings every time I've discovered them. I've moved constantly, never staying in one place long enough to put down roots. I've avoided having children, determined to let the Thornwood line end with me. But lately, I've been waking up in strange places with no memory of how I got there. I've found building materials delivered to my current address that I don't remember ordering. And most troublingly, I've started to see my own reflection watching me from mirrors, even when I'm not standing before them. I'm writing this account as a warning, though I don't know who will find it or if it will remain in my handwriting by the time anyone does. If you ever receive an unexpected inheritance from family you never knew, if you ever find yourself drawn to a house that seems to have been waiting for you, if you ever feel like you're not alone in your own mind, run. Burn it all down if you must, but never, ever step across the threshold. Because once you enter, you never truly leave. The house becomes a part of you, and you become a part of it. And those that dwell within the walls will wait patiently for their chance to use you as their door to the wider world. They're with me now as I write these final words, their whispers growing louder, their grip on my consciousness tightening. I've fought them for so long, but I'm tired. So tired. And the plans for the new house are nearly complete. Perhaps I'll see you there. Perhaps you'll be the next to inherit the Thornwood legacy. Just listen for the knocking inside the walls. That will be me, welcoming you home. Hashtag the architect's legacy. The rain began as I turned onto the private road leading to Blackwood Manor. Just a light misting at first, droplets catching in my headlights like suspended diamonds before dissolving against the windshield. By the time the mansion came into view, looming at the end of the winding driveway, the sky had darkened completely, unleashing a torrent that hammered against my car with such force I feared the windows might crack. I'd driven 3 hours from the city to reach this place, this grand, forsaken structure perched on the edge of nowhere, all because of a letter that had arrived at my apartment exactly 1 week ago. Written on heavy cream stationery, its contents had seemed impossible. Dear Miss Morgan, asterisk, you do not know me, but I knew your grandfather, Edward Morgan, quite well. He was the architect who designed and built my family home, Blackwood Manor, in 1937. I have recently discovered documents suggesting that before his death, your grandfather left something of great value hidden within these walls, something meant specifically for his descendants. As the last living member of the Morgan line, that would be you, asterisk. Asterisk, I will be away from the property on business until the 1st of next month, but I've instructed my caretaker to expect you and provide access should you wish to investigate this matter. The estate is quite remote, so I suggest allowing yourself ample time, asterisk. Sincerely, Victor Blackwood. The letter had included a detailed map and a small brass key. I should have questioned it more. Should have done some research on Victor Blackwood, on the property itself. But the timing had been eerily perfect. I'd just lost my job at the magazine, my apartment lease was ending, and the small inheritance my parents had left me was nearly depleted. The promise of something of great value had been too tempting to ignore. Besides, my grandfather had indeed been an architect, though he died before I was born. I'd always felt a strange connection to him through the few photographs and stories my mother had shared before her own passing. This unexpected link to his past felt almost like fate. Now, as thunder cracked directly overhead and lightning illuminated the severe Gothic facade of Blackwood Manor, I was beginning to reconsider the wisdom of my impulsiveness. The house was enormous. 3 stories of dark stone and sharp angles, with a central tower that rose another 2 floors above the main structure. Dozens of windows reflected the storm's fury, and even through the downpour, I could make out the elaborate stone carvings that adorned the roofline. Gargoyles, I realized with a shiver. Their grotesque faces seemed to watch as I parked my car and made a dash for the broad stone stairs leading to the entrance. By the time I reached the massive oak door, I was soaked through, my thin jacket offering little protection against the storm's ferocity. I fumbled with the brass key from the letter, my fingers numb and trembling from the cold. When the lock finally turned with a deep, resonant click, the door swung inward of its own accord, as if the house itself were welcoming me. "Hello," I called out, stepping into the cavernous entry hall. My voice echoed back at me, small and insignificant in the vastness of the space. "Is anyone here?" Mr. Blackwood mentioned a caretaker. No response came, only the distant sound of rain battering against the windows and the occasional boom of thunder. The foyer was dimly lit by a single wall sconce, its light barely penetrating the gloom. A grand staircase curved upward to my right, while various doorways opened onto darkness to my left and straight ahead. I closed the door behind me, cutting off the howling wind. The sudden silence was almost as unnerving as the storm. "Hello." I tried again, louder this time. Nothing. With a sigh, I shrugged off my wet jacket and hung it on an ornate coat rack nearby. The garment dripped onto the marble floor, each drop echoing in the silence. I reached into my bag for my phone, intending to use it as a flashlight, only to discover the screen was black. Dead battery. Perfect. A flash of lightning briefly illuminated the foyer through a high stained glass window, revealing intricate woodwork and age-darkened oil paintings in heavy frames. I caught a glimpse of stern faces staring down at me. The Blackwood ancestors, I presumed, before darkness fell again. I was beginning to feel like the protagonist in every bad horror movie I'd ever mocked. The isolated mansion, the storm, the power issues, the apparent absence of the promised caretaker. Everything screamed, turn around and leave. But the thought of driving back down that treacherous mountain road in this weather seemed even more dangerous than staying put. Besides, I reminded myself, I had come for a reason. If there was indeed something of value that my grandfather had left behind, I needed to find it. My financial situation was dire enough that I couldn't afford to walk away from this opportunity, no matter how eerie the circumstances. Another flash of lightning was followed almost immediately by a deafening crack of thunder, and then, to my relief, several more lights flickered on throughout the entry hall. A generator, I realized. Thank goodness for small mercies. With better illumination, I could now see the true grandeur of Blackwood Manor. The ceiling soared at least 20 feet overhead, adorned with elaborate plasterwork. The marble floor beneath my feet was arranged in an intricate geometric pattern that seemed to draw the eye toward the center of the room, where a circular mosaic depicted what appeared to be a stylized sun or star. From this central point, the grand staircase swept upward in a graceful curve, its mahogany banister gleaming dully in the low light. On either side of the foyer, doorways led to what I assumed were the main living areas of the house. Directly ahead, past the mosaic, a wide corridor stretched into shadow. "Hello," I called out one more time. "I'm Elizabeth Morgan." Mr. Blackwood invited me to. A loud thud from somewhere above cut me off. I froze, eyes darting to the upper floor. Had that been a footstep? A door closing? Is someone there? My voice sounded small, childlike. Another thud, followed by what might have been the creak of floorboards. Someone was definitely moving around up there. The caretaker, obviously. Who else would it be? "I'm coming up," I announced, more to steady my own nerves than to actually warn whoever was up there. I approached the staircase, my footsteps unnaturally loud on the marble floor. As I placed my hand on the banister, I noticed something odd. The wood felt warm, almost alive under my palm, as if it retained the heat of countless hands that had touched it over the decades. I drew back instinctively, then chided myself for being ridiculous. It was just well-polished wood, nothing more. The stairs creaked slightly as I ascended, each sound amplified in the cavernous space. Halfway up, I paused as a strange sensation washed over me, a feeling of familiarity so strong it stopped me in my tracks. I had never been to this house before, had never even seen pictures of it, and yet something about the angle of the staircase, the spacing of the balusters, the curve of the handrail, it all felt known to me somehow. My grandfather's work, I reminded myself. Perhaps he had used similar elements in other designs, buildings I might have visited as a child. That would explain the déjà vu. The second-floor landing opened onto a wide hallway lined with doors. Ornate sconces cast pools of golden light at regular intervals, though deep shadows remained between them. The wallpaper was a rich, deep red, patterned with what I first took to be fleurs-de-lis, but on closer inspection revealed themselves to be stylized flames or perhaps feathers. The carpet runner muffled my steps as I moved forward. "Hello," I called again. "Is anyone there?" A door at the far end of the hallway stood slightly ajar, a thin slice of light spilling out into the corridor. As I watched, the door moved, just a tiny adjustment, as if someone on the other side had nudged it with their foot. "I can see you in there," I said, trying to sound authoritative rather than terrified. "Mr. Blackwood sent me. I have his letter and the key he provided." No response came, but the door moved again, opening a fraction wider. An invitation, perhaps? I approached slowly, ears straining for any sound from within the room. The storm continued its assault outside, rain lashing against the windows that lined one side of the hallway. But inside the house was eerily quiet. When I reached the partially open door, I hesitated, then pushed it gently. It swung inward without a sound, revealing what appeared to be a study or library. Bookshelves lined the walls from floor to ceiling, interrupted only by a large fireplace on the far wall and tall windows on the right. A fire burned in the grate, casting warm light over leather-bound volumes and a massive desk positioned near the center of the room. But there was no one there. I stepped inside, baffled. I was certain I'd seen the door move, had been convinced someone was in this room just moments ago. "Hello." I tried one last time, feeling increasingly foolish. The room remained empty and silent, but for the gentle crackling of the fire. I moved toward the desk, drawn by the warm glow of a lamp and what appeared to be papers spread across its surface. Perhaps a note had been left for me, some explanation for the absence of the caretaker. What I found instead made my blood run cold. Spread across the desk were architectural drawings, blueprints, sketches, detailed renderings of Blackwood Manor itself. And in the corner of each page, a neat signature that I recognized from the few mementos my mother had kept. Edward Morgan. My grandfather's work, just as the letter had claimed. But it was not this confirmation that chilled me. It was the date on the blueprints, April 12th, 1937. And below it, a handwritten note in faded ink. "Final revisions as requested by VB. May God forgive me for what I have agreed to build into these walls." What could that possibly mean? What had my grandfather built into this house that required divine forgiveness? Before I could contemplate this further, a tremendous crash of thunder shook the house, and every light went out simultaneously. The fire in the grate flickered wildly, then stabilized, now the only source of illumination in the room. In that instant, as lightning flashed through the windows and the fire cast long, dancing shadows across the walls, I caught sight of something reflected in the darkened glass of a picture frame on the wall. a figure standing directly behind me. I whirled around, heart hammering against my ribs, but there was no one there. Just shadows and books and antique furniture. My imagination, surely. Just the storm and this strange house playing tricks on me. I turned back to the desk, determined to focus on the task at hand. If my grandfather had hidden something of value in this house, these plans might provide some clue as to where. I leaned closer to the blueprints, squinting in the firelight. The layout was complex, more so than seemed necessary for even a house of this size. Corridors doubled back on themselves, rooms connected in strange patterns, and there appeared to be spaces within the walls themselves, passages or chambers that weren't accessible from the main rooms. Most curious of all were the notations beside certain areas, written in what looked like some kind of code or shorthand. As I studied the plans, my eye was drawn to a section of the third floor, where a small room was marked with a symbol I didn't recognize, something like a star inside a circle. Beside it, in my grandfather's handwriting, *E.M, personal workspace. Not to be altered under any circumstances, *. My grandfather had a dedicated room in this house. That wasn't unusual for an architect during construction, but the note suggested something more permanent. Had he spent significant time here after the house was completed? My mother had never mentioned any connection to the Blackwood family or this estate. A soft sound behind me broke my concentration, the whisper of fabric against fabric, as if someone had shifted position. I spun around again, heart racing. "Who's there?" I demanded, voice cracking. "Show yourself." The room remained still and empty in the firelight. But as another flash of lightning illuminated the space, I noticed something I'd missed before. On the far side of the room, partially hidden by a tall bookcase, was a door. A door that now stood open just a crack, though I could have sworn it had been closed when I entered. I should have left then. Should have gathered my things and fled back to my car, braving the storm rather than spending another minute in this house where doors opened by themselves and invisible presences breathed behind me. But curiosity, or perhaps something else, something I couldn't yet name, held me in place. I moved toward the partially open door, firelight at my back casting my shadow long before me. When I reached it, I pushed it open fully, revealing a narrow spiral staircase winding upward into darkness. The tower. This must lead to the tower I'd seen from outside. Without fully understanding why, I knew I needed to climb those stairs. My grandfather's room, his personal workspace, must be at the top. If he'd left something behind for his descendants, that's where it would be. I glanced back at the desk, briefly considering taking one of the blueprints with me, but something stopped me. Instead, I pulled my phone from my pocket and quickly photographed several of the pages, focusing on the third floor plan with the marked room. Dead battery or not, the photos would be there when power returned. The spiral staircase was barely wide enough for one person, the steps worn smooth in the center from decades of use. There was no handrail, only the central column to steady myself against as I began to climb. The stone was cold beneath my palm, and yet, just as with the banister earlier, I had the unsettling sensation that it was somehow alive, vibrating almost imperceptibly against my skin. Darkness engulfed me as I ascended, the glow from the study fire quickly fading below. I climbed blind, one careful step at a time, counting under my breath to keep track. 23, 24, 25. How high was this tower? On the 32nd step, my outstretched hand met not another curve of wall, but empty air. I had reached the top. Feeling blindly forward, I encountered what seemed to be a door frame, then the solid wood of a door itself. My fingers traced its surface until they found a metal handle, cold and ornate beneath my touch. I turned it slowly, half expecting it to be locked, but it moved easily in my grip. The door swung inward silently, revealing a circular room illuminated by strange, bluish light that seemed to emanate from nowhere and everywhere at once. I stepped inside, and the door closed behind me with a soft click. The room was unlike anything I had expected. Where the rest of the house was all Victorian opulence and Gothic revival, this space was almost modernist in its Spartan design. The walls were bare stone, unadorned save for a series of symbols carved at regular intervals around the circumference, the same star and circle motif I had seen on the blueprints. The floor was not wood or carpet, but polished concrete, and at its center was a perfect circle of what appeared to be black glass or highly polished obsidian. There was very little furniture, a narrow bed against one wall, a simple desk and chair, and shelves holding what appeared to be notebooks and technical instruments. Everything was covered in a fine layer of dust, undisturbed for what must have been decades. This had indeed been my grandfather's room, but it didn't appear to be a typical architect's workspace. It looked more like a laboratory, a ritual space. I wasn't sure what word best described it. I moved to the desk, drawn by a large leather-bound book that lay open upon it. The pages were filled with my grandfather's distinctive handwriting, but the text was not in English. It appeared to be Latin, interspersed with diagrams and mathematical equations that made little sense to me. As I leaned closer, trying to decipher some meaning from the unfamiliar words, a flickering movement reflected in the glossy surface of the desk caught my attention. I looked up sharply. I was no longer alone in the room. Standing on the opposite side of the central black circle was a figure, tall, slender, dressed in what appeared to be an old-fashioned suit. The blue light cast deep shadows across the face, making features difficult to discern, but something about the stance, the bearing. "Grandfather," I whispered, the word escaping my lips before I could consider its impossibility. The figure did not respond, did not move. It simply stood, watching me with eyes I couldn't quite see. Lightning flashed outside, momentarily flooding the room with harsh white light through windows I hadn't noticed before, narrow slits high in the walls. In that instant of illumination, I saw the figure clearly. It was not my grandfather. It was not human at all. Where a face should have been was only a smooth, featureless expanse of pale skin, interrupted by a single vertical line that ran from forehead to chin, a line that began to split open as I watched, revealing not a mouth, but a seam filled with countless needle-like teeth. I screamed, stumbling backward until my shoulders hit the wall. My hand flew to my mouth, stifling the sound, as terror froze me in place. But when the lightning faded and the room returned to its bluish dimness, the figure was gone. The space across from me was empty once more. Had I imagined it? Was my mind playing tricks, conjuring horrors from shadows and stormlight? Before I could gather my thoughts, a deafening boom of thunder shook the tower, and the blue light flickered and died, plunging me into absolute darkness. I fumbled blindly for the door, hands trembling so violently I could barely feel the wall against my fingertips. Where was it? It had to be here somewhere. I'd only taken a few steps into the room. The exit should be right behind me. But my searching hands found only smooth, uninterrupted stone. The door I had just walked through minutes ago, was gone. Panic rose in my throat, threatening to choke me. This wasn't possible. Doors didn't simply disappear. I was disoriented, that was all. The darkness was complete, my sense of direction compromised. I forced myself to take deep breaths, to think logically. I would make my way around the perimeter of the room. The tower was circular. If I followed the wall long enough, I would eventually find the door. Step by careful step, I began to move, one hand trailing along the cold stone to guide me. The room seemed larger in the darkness, the distance greater than I remembered, and the stone beneath my fingers. It felt different somehow. Less like masonry and more like something organic. Variations in texture that reminded me of skin or hide rather than rock. I had made it perhaps a quarter of the way around the room when my fingers encountered something wet. I snatched my hand back instinctively, then cautiously reached out again. The wall was weeping. There was no other word for it. A viscous fluid was seeping from between the stones, warm and thick against my fingertips. I jerked away, wiping my hand frantically against my jeans. What was happening? Was I losing my mind? As if in answer to my unspoken question, the blue light suddenly returned, not as general illumination as before, but as a series of pinpricks outlining the strange symbols carved into the walls. They pulsed gently, like heartbeats, casting just enough light for me to see what I had touched. The fluid seeping from the wall was dark, almost black in the dim light, but I knew with horrible certainty that in proper illumination it would be deep, vital red. Blood. The walls were bleeding. A sound escaped me then, not quite a scream, more a whimper of pure denial. This couldn't be real. None of this could be real. I backed away from the wall, moving toward the center of the room, toward the circle of black glass that now seemed to absorb even the faint blue light, a void in the dimness. As I neared it, the surface began to ripple, like water disturbed by an unseen force. Then it spoke, not with a voice, not with words, but with images and sensations that flooded directly into my mind. Memories that weren't mine, my grandfather as a young man, desperate for work during the Depression, accepting a commission from a strange, aristocratic figure who called himself Victor Blackwood. The relief at the generous payment, followed by growing horror as he came to understand what he was being asked to design. Not just a house, a machine, a vessel, a doorway between worlds. The images came faster, more fragmented. My grandfather working through nights, drawing and redrawing plans, incorporating elements of sacred geometry and forbidden mathematics. The construction, during which 3 workers died in accidents that were anything but. The final confrontation with Blackwood, who revealed himself to be something ancient masquerading in human form, something that had existed long before the name Blackwood was appropriated. And finally, my grandfather's desperate attempt to sabotage what he had created, subtle alterations to the design, protective symbols worked into the architecture, and something hidden, something that might one day undo his terrible work if found by the right person. By me. The flood of alien memories ceased as abruptly as it had begun, leaving me gasping on my hands and knees at the edge of the black circle. I hadn't realized I'd fallen. My head throbbed with borrowed knowledge, with the weight of a burden I hadn't asked for but was now irrevocably mine. My grandfather had built this house as a doorway for something that wished to enter our world, something patient enough to wait decades for the right conditions, the right moment, the right person to complete the transition. Me, the last of the Morgan bloodline. That's why the letter had come now. That's why I'd been invited here, to this remote place, on this night of all nights. The date. What was today's date? April 12th. The same date on the original blueprints, 88 years later to the day. An anniversary of some kind. A completion of a cycle. I scrambled to my feet, newfound understanding lending clarity to my terror. I had to get out of this room, out of this house, before whatever waited on the other side of that doorway finished coming through. But even as the thought formed, I knew it was too late. The rippling surface of the black circle began to bulge upward in its center, as if something was pushing through from below. The blue symbols on the walls pulsed faster, more urgently, and the blood running between the stones increased to a steady flow, pooling on the floor and running in rivulets toward the circle. The bulge in the black surface grew, stretching like a membrane, becoming almost translucent. Through it, I could see movement, the suggestion of limbs that bent in too many places, of appendages that had no place on any earthly creature. I backed away until I hit the wall, the blood soaking into my shoes, my heartbeat a frantic drumming in my ears. There was no escape, no door, no way out of this nightmare. But then, a memory that wasn't mine, one last fragment from the flood of images. My grandfather, working alone in this very room, creating a failsafe. A way to collapse the doorway if it ever began to open. My eyes darted around the room, searching for anything that might help. What had he left? Where had he hidden it? The desk. It had to be something in or on the desk. I pushed away from the wall, forcing myself to move toward the desk even as the central bulge in the black circle grew larger, its surface now pulsating rhythmically. The notebooks, the instruments, none of them seemed like what I was looking for. And then I saw it, a small brass object half hidden beneath the open book. A key, not the key from the letter, but something older, more ornate. Something that matched the age and style of the house itself. I lunged for it, fingers closing around the cool metal just as the membrane in the center of the room began to tear, a jagged black line appearing across its surface. The rip widened, and through it came a sound like no earthly voice, a vibration that rattled my bones and set my teeth on edge. The key. But where was the lock? Another fragment of borrowed memory. My grandfather, inserting a key into a hidden receptacle in the floor, turning it counterclockwise as he recited words in a language that had never originated on Earth. I dropped to my knees, searching frantically for any indication of a keyhole in the concrete floor. There, just at the edge of the black circle, nearly invisible unless you knew to look for it, a small brass fitting flush with the floor. The black tear widened further, and something began to emerge, a limb, or what might generously be called a limb, glistening wetly in the pulsing blue light. It groped blindly at the air, searching, questing. With shaking hands, I inserted the key into the floor and turned it counterclockwise. Nothing happened. The words. I needed the words. But I didn't know them, couldn't possibly know them. They had been in my grandfather's memory, not mine, and even if I'd retained them, I wouldn't know how to pronounce sounds never meant for human vocal cords. The thing in the circle was emerging further now, more of its impossible anatomy pushing through the tear in reality. The blue symbols on the walls were pulsing so rapidly they appeared almost solid, and the temperature in the room had dropped to freezing. I was out of options, out of time. And then a voice, not from the circle, not from the creature emerging into our world, but from behind me. A voice I recognized from old recordings my mother had played, deep, steady, with a slight New England accent. Elizabeth. I turned, and there he was, my grandfather, not as a young man from the visions, but as the elderly architect he'd been when he died. His form was translucent, ghostly, but his eyes were kind and very sad. "I'm sorry," he said, his voice sounding as if it came from very far away. "I never meant for this burden to fall to you. But you're here now, and you're the only one who can end this." "I don't know the words," I said, desperate. "I don't know what to do." "You don't need the words," he replied. "The key is enough. But it must be turned by Morgan blood freely given. That's the failsafe I built in, something that creature could never provide." I looked down at my hands, understanding dawning. Blood freely given. My grandfather nodded, his form flickering like a candle flame in a draft. "I'm sorry," he said again. "So very sorry." Behind me, the creature was more than halfway through the tear now, its bulk distorting the room, bending light and space around it. The air had become difficult to breathe. heavy with the metallic scent of blood and something else, something ancient and wrong. I knew what I had to do. From my pocket, I withdrew the small pocket knife I always carried, a habit from years of working in magazine production, opening packages and cutting binding materials. The blade was sharp enough. Will it hurt? I asked, not sure if I was asking about the cut or what would follow. My grandfather's ghost gave me a smile of infinite sadness. Yes, he said simply, but not for long. With a deep breath, I sliced the blade across my palm. Pain flared, bright and immediate, and blood welled up. Ordinary human blood, red and vital. I pressed my bleeding hand against the key in the floor, coating the brass with my blood. Now turn it, my grandfather instructed. All the way, until it stops. I gripped the blood-slick key and turned. It moved easily at first, then with increasing resistance, as if I were winding a massive spring or shifting some enormous weight. Behind me, the creature made a sound, not the bone-rattling vibration from before, but something almost like a word, like a plea. Don't look back, my grandfather warned. No matter what it says or does, don't look at it. I kept turning the key, muscles straining with the effort. Quarter turn, half turn, 3/4. Something touched my shoulder, not a hand, not anything that could be described in human terms. I felt the pressure of it, the wrongness, the alien geometry of whatever appendage now rested mere inches from my face. Elizabeth, it said, not aloud but directly into my mind. Asterisk stop. Look at me. See what you're destroying. Asterisk. Its mental voice was beautiful beyond description, harmonic and multi-layered, promising knowledge and experiences no human had ever known. For an instant, I faltered, the key motionless in my grip. It's lying, my grandfather said urgently. That's not its true voice. Finish it, Elizabeth. Now, with a final surge of effort, I rotated the key the last quarter turn until it clicked into place. The effect was immediate and catastrophic. The blue symbols flared blindingly bright, then went out. The floor beneath me began to vibrate, then to crack, fissures spreading outward from the black circle like lightning bolts across the stone. The creature screamed, a sound that existed in multiple dimensions at once, that made my ears bleed and my vision blur. The pressure on my shoulder vanished as the thing was yanked backward, pulled irresistibly toward the tear in reality that was now contracting rather than expanding. It's working, I gasped, turning to my grandfather. But his ghost was fading, becoming little more than a suggestion of form in the darkness. What happens now? The doorway is collapsing, he said, his voice faint as a memory, taking everything connected to it. The house, the land, me. And me? I asked, though I already knew the answer. Blood freely given. A sacrifice. My grandfather's ghost smiled one last time, a smile of infinite love and regret, and then was gone. The room around me was disintegrating now, stone and mortar falling away to reveal not the night sky or the surrounding countryside, but a void of absolute nothingness, the space between spaces, the gap between worlds. The black circle at the center of the room had contracted to a pinpoint, dragging the screaming creature back into whatever realm it had come from. I felt myself being pulled toward that point as well, my body growing lighter, less substantial with each passing second. The pain in my cut hand was gone, as was the sensation of the floor beneath my knees. I was becoming untethered from reality, from existence itself. In my final moments of consciousness, as the last fragments of Blackwood Manor collapsed into the void, I understood the full truth, a truth my grandfather had hidden even from himself until the end. The house had never been meant as a doorway for something to enter our world. It had been designed as a trap, a prison for something that was already here, something that had been masquerading as Victor Blackwood for centuries. My grandfather hadn't built it under duress. He had built it with purpose, knowing that someday a descendant of his would be needed to complete the binding. Me. It had always been meant to be me. As darkness claimed me and I felt myself dissolving into the void, I wondered who, if anyone, would remember Elizabeth Morgan, the last of her line, the woman who disappeared one stormy night without a trace. Would there be records of me? Photographs? Memories in the minds of friends and colleagues? Or would I be erased completely, my existence undone along with the house and everything connected to it? In the final instant before oblivion, I thought I heard my grandfather's voice one last time. Asterisk some sacrifices echo across eternity. Elizabeth. Some names are never forgotten. Asterisk. Then there was nothing. Nothing at all. The rain began as I turned onto the private road. Just a light misting at first, droplets catching in my headlights like suspended diamonds. I frowned, lifting my foot from the accelerator. A powerful sense of déjà vu washed over me. I'd been here before, driven this road, seen these trees closing in on either side. But that was impossible. I'd never visited this area before today. Had never even heard of Blackwood Manor until the letter arrived a week ago, with its strange claims about my grandfather and something valuable hidden within the walls. I glanced at the passenger seat, where the heavy cream envelope lay beside the small brass key it had contained. An unexpected inheritance, coming at exactly the moment I needed it most. Almost too perfect, really. The feeling of wrongness intensified as the mansion came into view through the rain-streaked windshield. Something about its proportions, the angle of its roofline, the tower rising from its center. I slammed on the brakes, bringing the car to a shuddering halt halfway up the drive. I've done this before. The thought came with absolute certainty, though I couldn't explain how or when. I'd driven this road, entered that house, climbed that tower, and died there. Without conscious decision, I shifted into reverse and began backing down the driveway, movements mechanical, as if my body remembered what my mind could not. When I reached the main road, I turned the car around and accelerated away from Blackwood Manor, away from whatever fate awaited me within its walls. In my rearview mirror, lightning illuminated the mansion one last time. For an instant, I thought I saw a figure standing at an upper window, tall, slender, dressed in an old-fashioned suit. A figure with no face, just a vertical seam where features should be. I drove without stopping until sunrise, putting as much distance as possible between myself and that place. When I finally checked into a motel, exhausted and still without any rational explanation for my actions, I found the letter from Blackwood on the passenger seat had changed. The heavy cream paper now held only a single line of text, written in handwriting I recognized as my grandfather's. Asterisk some cycles can be broken. Livewell, Elizabeth, asterisk. Beneath the words was a small symbol, a star inside a circle, identical to the one I'd seen. Where? In a dream? A vision? A life unlived? I never returned to Blackwood Manor. Never sought out the inheritance mentioned in the original letter. Whatever my grandfather had hidden there, whatever truth or treasure awaited within those walls, it wasn't worth the price of admission. Sometimes at night, especially during thunderstorms, I dream of a circular room with blue symbols glowing on the walls, of a black glass surface that ripples like water, of a doorway between worlds. And sometimes, in those dreams, I make a different choice. I look back when the voice calls my name. I see what waits on the other side of that doorway. And even after I wake, screaming and drenched in sweat, the image remains burned into my consciousness. A geometry that shouldn't exist, a presence that was never meant to touch our reality. I've researched the Blackwood family extensively since that night. There are records of them dating back centuries. Wealthy industrialists, patrons of obscure arts, collectors of artifacts from civilizations that barely left traces in conventional history. But the records end abruptly in 1937, the year my grandfather designed their house. The year something happened that no historian has adequately explained. The land where Blackwood Manor supposedly stood appears in county records as having never been developed. Satellite images show only dense forest, uninterrupted by any structure. When I drove back months later, in broad daylight with a friend for moral support, we found nothing but wilderness. No private road, no clearing, no foundation stones or ruins. Nothing to suggest a massive Gothic mansion had ever existed there. My grandfather's architectural archives, housed at his alma mater, contain no mention of Blackwood Manor or anyone named Victor Blackwood. His journals from 1937 show him working on a public library in Boston, a project well documented with photographs and newspaper articles from the time. It's as if the entire episode was a hallucination, a vivid nightmare that somehow invaded my waking life. Except for three things. First, the small brass key, which remains in my possession. Not the key from the letter. That vanished along with the envelope and its contents. But the older, more ornate key from the tower room. The key I turned with my bleeding hand. It appeared in my pocket days after my flight from the manor, though I have no memory of taking it. Second, a thin white scar across my left palm, perfectly straight, exactly where I cut myself in what I've come to think of as the other timeline. A cut I have no memory of receiving in this life. And third, the dreams. Not just of the tower room and the thing that waited there, but of my grandfather. In these dreams, he sits in a comfortable chair by a fire. Not the cold hearth of Blackwood Manor, but a warm, lived-in study that feels like home, and tells me stories. Stories about his life, about architecture, about the hidden patterns and rhythms that underlie reality, about choices and sacrifices and the nature of time itself. Some buildings are more than stone and wood, he tells me in these dreams. Some are ideas given form, intentions made manifest. Be careful what you create, Elizabeth. Be careful what you allow yourself to become. I've taken his advice to heart. After the Blackwood incident, I abandoned my struggling magazine career and returned to school, studying architecture like my grandfather before me. I discovered I had an intuitive grasp of the discipline, as if knowledge from another life carried over into this one. Now I have my own firm, specializing in restorative work and adaptive reuse of historic buildings. I've developed something of a reputation for being able to read old structures, to understand the intentions of their original architects in ways that sometimes seem almost supernatural to my clients and colleagues. I know better. I know it's not supernatural at all, but rather the echo of an experience that technically never happened. A lifetime of knowledge compressed into a single night of terror and revelation, transmitted to me across the collapse of one reality and the birth of another. Sometimes, on projects involving very old buildings, I sense echoes of the same wrongness I felt at Blackwood Manor. Subtle distortions in geometry, spaces that feel larger inside than their external dimensions would allow, rooms where the air seems to vibrate with unheard frequencies. When I encounter these anomalies, I document them carefully and then design renovations specifically to disrupt whatever patterns or intentions may be encoded in the original architecture. No one else notices, of course. To untrained eyes, to eyes that haven't seen what I've seen, they're just aesthetic choices or structural necessities. But I know better. I'm continuing my grandfather's work, undoing the damage done by those who, knowingly or unknowingly, built doorways where no doorways should exist. I live alone in a house of my own design, built with no hidden spaces, no mysterious geometries, no rooms whose dimensions don't add up precisely. Its lines are clean and honest, its purpose straightforward: shelter, comfort, safety. No more, no less. The brass key hangs on a chain around my neck. A reminder, a talisman, a connection to a past that both did and didn't happen. I've analyzed it, of course, had it dated and studied by experts. The results are always inconclusive. The metal is brass, certainly, but of an alloy that doesn't match any known historical or modern formula. The craftsmanship appears to be late 19th or early 20th century, consistent with the apparent age of Blackwood Manor, but with tool marks that don't correspond to any techniques documented from that period. It is, like so much else about that night, an impossibility. An artifact from a timeline that no longer exists. I've never married, never had children. The Morgan line will end with me, just as it was apparently always meant to. Sometimes I wonder if that's part of why I survived. Why the cycle was broken for me when it claimed my grandfather and, presumably, others before him. Perhaps by accepting the end of our bloodline, I've closed some cosmic loop, fulfilled some contract written before my birth. Or perhaps it's simpler than that. Perhaps, in the moment of decision, I chose life over sacrifice, flight over confrontation. Perhaps I failed some test that was generations in the making. I don't believe that, though. Not really. The dreams of my grandfather are too warm, too filled with approval and love. If I had truly failed, I don't think he would visit me so often. Don't think he would continue to teach me even now, across the barrier of death and altered realities. No, I believe I did exactly what I was meant to do. I broke the pattern. I changed the story. I refused the role that had been written for me by forces I still don't fully comprehend. And in doing so, I may have saved more than just myself. The dreams changed last night. For the first time in the decades since my encounter with Blackwood Manor, my grandfather wasn't alone in the comfortable study of my dreamscape. Another figure sat opposite him, a woman in her mid-60s, with silver-streaked dark hair and eyes that matched my own. "Hello, Elizabeth," she said, smiling with familiar warmth. "I've waited a long time to meet you." "Mother?" I asked, though that was impossible. My mother had died when I was just 4 years old. This woman was decades older than my mother had been at her death. "In another life," she confirmed. "One where I lived to see you grow up. One where things happened very differently." I looked to my grandfather, confused. He nodded encouragingly. "Time isn't as linear as we like to pretend," he explained. "What you experienced at Blackwood Manor, the life you glimpsed, the death you avoided, wasn't the first iteration of that night. The cycle had played out many times before, in many slightly different ways." "I don't understand," I said, taking a seat on a footstool between them. "Are you saying that in some timeline my mother lived? That I grew up with her?" The woman, this alternate version of my mother, reached out and took my hand. Her touch felt real, warm and solid in the way dream sensations usually aren't. "In the timeline where your grandfather succeeded in trapping that entity," she said, "he didn't die in the process. He survived, returned to his family, and lived a long life. But the entity wasn't completely bound. It could still reach out, still influence events, still seek a way to fully enter our world. It killed you," I realized. "In my timeline, it somehow caused your death when I was a child." She nodded sadly. "To isolate you, to make you vulnerable when the time came. It's a patient creature, willing to wait decades for the right moment, the right circumstances. But you broke the cycle," my grandfather interjected, pride evident in his voice. "You recognized what was happening before it was too late. You walked away, and in doing so, you created a new branch of possibility," my mother added. one where that entity remains trapped in its own realm, unable to reach ours. But if that's true, I said slowly, trying to process these revelations, then why am I still having these dreams? Why do I still have the key? Why do I remember any of this at all? My grandfather and this alternate version of my mother exchanged glances, a silent communication passing between them. Because it's not over, my grandfather finally said. The entity is contained, but not destroyed. And there are others like it, waiting, watching for weaknesses in the barriers between worlds. Others. The word felt heavy, ominous. And they can create places like Blackwood Manor, doorways disguised as ordinary buildings. Not always buildings, my mother said. Sometimes objects, sometimes people. Anything that can be shaped to the right specifications can serve as a doorway. I looked down at our joined hands, hers warm and alive, mine bearing the scar from a cut that never happened, and understood what they were telling me. Why my architectural career had progressed so rapidly, why I had that uncanny ability to sense wrongness in built spaces. I'm meant to find them, I said. The other doorways. The other traps. My grandfather nodded gravely. And when possible, to close them before they can be used. Your bloodline has always had this purpose, this sensitivity. It's why the entity targeted our family specifically. It recognized in us the very thing that could defeat it. But I'm the last, I reminded them. The Morgan line ends with me. My mother smiled then, a knowing, secretive smile. Bloodlines can be extended in ways other than direct descent, Elizabeth. The gift can be passed on through teaching, through mentorship, through love. As she spoke, the study around us began to fade, the dream dissolving as morning approached. But before they disappeared completely, my grandfather pressed something into my hand, a small, worn notebook bound in red leather. "Look in your desk," he said, his voice already distant. "Third drawer on the left, behind the false panel. What you need has always been there, waiting for when you were ready." I woke with a start, the dream more vivid and real than any before it. Without even stopping for coffee, I went directly to my home office and to the antique desk I'd inherited from a great-aunt, my grandfather's sister, years ago. Third drawer on the left. A drawer I used for storing old client contracts and tax documents. I emptied it completely, then ran my fingers along the interior, searching for any irregularity. There, at the back, a slight gap between the wooden panels. I pressed, and a small section of the drawer's rear wall popped forward, revealing a hidden compartment. Inside was a red leather notebook, identical to the one my grandfather had handed me in the dream. The pages were covered in his handwriting, notes, diagrams, lists of locations and dates spanning more than 50 years. The most recent entry was dated just a week before his death, nearly 4 decades ago. And tucked between the final pages was a letter addressed to me. "My dearest Elizabeth, asterisk if you're reading this. Then the dreams have begun, and you've remembered what happened at Blackwood Manor. What happened and yet didn't happen, what was undone by your choices. You must have many questions. This journal contains some answers, though not all. The rest you will discover in your own time, through your own work. Asterisk. Asterisk, you are not alone in this legacy, though it may sometimes feel that way. Throughout history, there have always been those who can see the doorways, who can sense when the barriers between worlds grow thin. Some call them sensitives, others mediums or psychics, or a dozen other names. Whatever term you prefer, know that others like you exist, and that they can be found if you know how to look. Asterisk. Asterisk, the notebook contains contact information for those I trusted in my time, though many will have passed on by now. Their successors should still be operating under the same organizational structures. Seek them out. They can provide resources, knowledge, and most importantly, community in what can otherwise be a very isolating calling. Asterisk. Asterisk, remember that what you saw at Blackwood Manor was just one manifestation of entities that have interacted with our world for millennia. They take many forms, adopt many strategies. Some are ancient and patient, others impulsive and destructive. All are dangerous in their own ways. Asterisk. Asterisk, your grandmother used to say that we don't choose this work, it chooses us. Perhaps that's true, but I believe we always have a choice in how we respond to our calling. You proved that when you walked away from Blackwood Manor, breaking a cycle that had claimed countless lives across countless iterations of that night. Asterisk. Asterisk, trust your instincts, Elizabeth. They are your most reliable guide in matters that defy conventional understanding. And know that whatever path you choose, you carry with you the love and wisdom of all those who came before. Asterisk. With all my love and faith in you. Your grandfather, Edward Morgan. I sat back in my chair, the notebook open in my lap, the letter trembling slightly in my hand. Outside my window, dawn was breaking over the city, my city, the place I'd made my home and built my career. I could see the skyline from here, the mix of historic buildings and modern structures, each with its own story, its own purpose. How many of them contained secrets like Blackwood Manor? How many concealed geometries and intentions beyond their apparent functions? And more importantly, how many others like me were out there, sensing the wrongness, working in their own ways to address it? For the first time since that night a decade ago, I felt the full weight of my inheritance. Not a curse to be escaped, but a responsibility to be embraced. Not a solitary burden, but a legacy shared across generations and perhaps beyond bloodlines. I closed the notebook and stood, moving to the window as the first rays of sunlight touched the glass. The brass key hung warm against my skin beneath my nightshirt, a constant reminder of what was real, what mattered. I had work to do, doorways to find, cycles to break, and perhaps, somewhere in that work, others like me to discover. A family not of blood but of purpose, of understanding, of seeing the world as it truly is, with all its hidden dimensions and dangerous possibilities. As I watched the city awaken, I felt something unfamiliar stirring within me. Not fear, not resignation, but a cautious sense of hope. A feeling that maybe, just maybe, there was a point to all of this. A meaning behind the terror and loss and impossible memories. My grandfather had found his purpose in designing buildings that kept things out. Mine, it seemed, would be in finding those designs and ensuring they continued to serve their function, in identifying weaknesses before they could be exploited, in teaching others to see what I could see. The brass key warmed further against my skin, almost as if responding to my thoughts. I touched it through the fabric of my nightshirt, feeling its intricate pattern of ridges and grooves, a key not just to a physical lock, but to understanding a reality far more complex than most would ever know. Outside, the city continued to wake. People emerged onto sidewalks, cars filled the streets, the ordinary rhythms of daily life unfolding in blissful ignorance of the barriers that kept them safe. The doorways that remained closed thanks to the work of people like my grandfather. People like me. I smiled, feeling oddly at peace despite the enormity of what lay ahead. Whatever came next, I wouldn't face it unprepared or alone. I had my grandfather's journal, his contacts, his knowledge. I had my own experiences and instincts. And somewhere out there, I had potential allies. Others who had glimpsed behind the veil and chosen to stand guard rather than look away. The brass key pulsed once against my skin, like a heartbeat, like a promise. I was ready.